Ready? Well, good morning. My name is Jorge Salinas, and I would like to take this opportunity to welcome the Board of County Commissioners, members of the public, and staff to our first FY 21-22 department pre-budget discussions. The county has made great progress in government transparency by making this process available to the public. Normally, this is done internally with staff and later shared with the public during public budget hearings. These pre-budget sessions represent many meetings and long hours that your county staff have dedicated in order to present this information in this forum. The budget will become the implementation policy document that funds the Board of County Commissioners and communities' priorities for services. A few weeks ago, staff led by John and Heidi presented to the Board of County Commissioners a financial overview that helped highlight some of the challenges and opportunities ahead of us. For this budget, the Board of County Commissioners, Mr. Cameron, Mr. Browder, and staff have done an excellent job of bringing the county from dangerously low levels of reserves to a level that would enable the county to better manage and mitigate potential financial challenges. I look forward to a productive session of the county's pre-budget meetings. Now I'll hand it over to Mr. Browder.
Thank you, Jorge. John Browder, Financial Services. First, to lead off, I wanted to just share with everyone where we are sitting as of right now with our available revenue, additional revenue that we have for FY22 based on the property valuation increases that we're calculating at this point at 5%. Our pro rata share of that 5% is $2.3 million. And as you can see, things that are some things that are out of our control, like the FRS and other operating costs that due to automatic increases for contracts, those types of things, take out of that amount of money that we have available. So just going down the list here, COLA, which is at this point 1% and 2.5% for fire. FRS, Florida Retirement Systems, an increase of $235,000, which is shown as a negative because it's taken away from our available funds. Additional CIP, we're way behind in our capital maintenance and capital projects. Additional rolling stock, same thing. We have an aging fleet. We need to catch up on that as well. The additional operating, which I've referred to with the contracts and those types of things. New debt service transfer, Office 365. We have to convert over to that this upcoming year. And the Amendment 2 that passed last year for the $15 an hour, we'll be trying to implement that over the next 4 years. The first year being approximately $750,000. That amount will be updated as we can fine tune it. So that brings us to a negative $151,000. So we're hoping and we're hopeful that that's going to be addressed with an increase of property valuations above that 5%. We're hoping 6, maybe even 7% or more. We just don't know at this point. We'll have a better gauge of that on the June 1st. So with that, great news. We'll move into Director Jonathan Lord from Emergency Management to share his budget with us and his requests.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. So I'll start off with my general fund budget. Not many significant changes here other than on the operating side. My most significant increase is in utility expenses. That is one tied to increase in FPL rates that just is naturally happening over time. And then number two, what we call the vehicle storage building, which is our storage and garage next to the emergency operations center. As part of COVID, we actually used some funds to insulate and air condition that so we can store items and make them last longer instead of them going back in the heat in the garage in the summer. So we expect that to be done sometime this summer. And since that will be air conditioned, we're expecting a decent increase due to the cost of air conditioning that facility versus it being unair conditioned right now. So that's really the biggest change. And the fact we already got notice from FPL that there would be rate changes this coming year. So that's really the only big change on the operating side. The other bit of operating, some of those things are just moving around from categories. Like you'll notice contracted services went down to 0 where it was, and then, it went down a little bit over the last couple of years. And we actually shifted some of those expenses to training costs, contracted it and travel and our maintenance services. So some of those things were actually training costs. So we corrected a couple of those items just to make them show in the right categories. And then one of the things we have not had in our facility is we haven't had a a budget for facility repairs. Yet emergency measures, we've been responsible for those things that is not part of the general services budget. So we just put a small amount in there just to cover some general facility repairs that pop up throughout the year that we've seen over the last couple of years to make sure we have them on the budget. And then the other, so we hop down to equipment, the change there, you see $39,000 for rolling stock replacement. That was scheduled for our current fiscal year. At the beginning of COVID, we went through the current year's budget, we deferred that to this year. So that's a scheduled delay of last year's replacement of a pickup truck. The current one is beyond on its last legs. It's literally the point where they're replacing door handles on it at this point in time because the doors would not open. And unfortunately, the vehicle has quite a few leaks. So we have truly extended it beyond as far as we can extend that vehicle at this time.
Jonathan, your efforts for hardening, hurricane hardening, are they reflected in this budget exhibit, or is that on?
No, sir, no, the mitigation funds, they are actually a totally separate line item in the budget. And as we receive those contracts, at that point in time, we schedule for any match that's applicable. We bring it to you a separate board item typically. They typically don't arrive in sync with the county's budget process, unfortunately. And other than that, there are no real significant changes in there. Any questions on the general fund before I move on? Okay. The next one I have is the Homeland Security Grant. This is actually a grant that we manage on behalf of all of Northeast Florida. It's from the State Homeland Security Grant Program. It's primarily covers the cost of the WebEOC electronic database system. So we serve as the procuring entity for all the maintenance and enhancements on behalf of, I think we're at 9 out of the 13 counties in Northeast Florida. This was the same grant that actually allowed us to purchase the system in the first place. And since we wanted to control that process, we ended up getting it on behalf of all those regions. So these funds come in, it's 100% grant funded. The state reimburses us for every penny we expend under this grant for our county's expenses as well as the other 9 counties in part of the region. And I expect it's 88.5 this year. I expect that it'll probably go down in future years as the state and the federal government slowly phase out that grant program. Any questions on the Homeland Security grant? All right, the next one is called the Emergency Management Performance Grant. It's another federal grant that actually passes through the state of Florida. And it is a grant program that is 60% kept by the state, 40% passed down to local governments here in Florida. And it is for maintenance and or enhancement of emergency management activities. We use it a lot for disaster supplies and equipment, as you'll see on there, small tools and equipment. In the past, a lot more of that used to be under the 6410 equipment category. But with this past year, changing the threshold from 5,000 from 1,000, we don't really buy many disaster supplies that are over $5,000 a piece. So the big change was moving. We don't really have 6410 anymore, and we moved more of that up to 4640. So in this past year, we did have it, and even though it shows a 0 on the budget, this past year we did buy a new vehicle with that, which was a van used for disaster supplies and logistics.
Hey, John, is this the first year that you received this grant in the past, right? You just showed.
No, yeah, we've always done it.
They just show 0.
The reason they show 0 is because we moved them into grant funds.
Oh,
So,
okay, it's a new fund.
Yes, they were
Yeah, it used-
previously in the general.
Okay, got it.
So that's a misnomer. The next one's going to be the same issue. It's going to show 0s, even though they were previously. This grant's been around since 1994, 95.
It's
And
just-
that'll be an ongoing theme throughout the next couple of days. Is we made a concerted effort to get a lot of the things that were in the general fund out of the general fund that really shouldn't be there. You know, they're better off other places and to free up the general fund. So you'll see that a lot.
That's initial moves toward transparency. So
Exactly.
the public can understand exactly how the budget is being dispersed, where the revenues are coming from, how they're being spent. Right now, they're in one big pot, and you really have to do a deep dive to figure it out.
Is this primarily a split out of the grant funding versus ad valorem taxes? Is that what we're trying to do?
Yes.
Yes. That was Jerry Cameron, County Administrator of Cameron,
And Commissioner
and
Hanson.
Commissioner Hanson of Cameron as well.
And this grant, just so you're aware, the Genesis grant, this is 40% of this multi-million-dollar grant the state gets that goes to the counties. It's distributed based on population. So as our percentage of the state's entire population grows, which has been recently, we get small increases. We get a couple $1,000s this year with our increase. The next one is the EMPA-based grant. This goes to all 67 counties from the state of Florida. These are funds that are collected as a surcharge on homeowners and business insurance, which is hurricane fund on your insurance. And every single county gets $105,806 equally. And the same thing is pretty much the exact same categories. You're allowed to spend it as the EMPG grant that I previously mentioned, except for its state dollars. So honestly, with the EM budget, the reason we actually have a pretty lean budget outside of salaries and the vehicle replacement and utilities is most of our operating comes out of our regular operating comes out of this budget. So whether it's simple things like office supplies or other equipment that we need, it's mainly out of this budget. Any questions on this state grant? And the other thing too, just notice the majority of our travel for emergency management is on there. Some of our travel is required by the state to receive the grant. So we shifted about 9% of our travel budget is just in the grant since the grant requires it. This next one called the Hazardous Materials Hazard Analysis Grant is a tiny little grant. It's just we expect it to be about $2,500. It varies each year. It's a grant we receive specifically to inspect hazardous materials facilities around the county. The state gives us a list of facilities we have to inspect. The fire department, the fire marshal actually does the inspections. We do the administrative side of the grant, and between fire and emergency management, we buy equipment required to manage, in a small scale, manage a hazardous material incident. We don't have a hazardous materials team with this big incident. We rely on our neighboring Volusia or St. Johns County to provide that service. But in previous years, we bought hazardous material meter detectors for the fire department with those funds. We bought a small amount of office supplies because the grant sometimes requires us to create paperwork that has to be filled out when we do the inspection. So we'll buy a box of paper, those kinds of pens, clipboards. So it's a tiny, tiny grant. A lot of other counties have given it up already and they let the regional council do it. But in my mind, it's worth keeping it. It's only $2,500. It's $2,500 we didn't have. It's meters that last year we bought meters for the fire trucks. So it's meters we wouldn't have bought otherwise, and which helps protect the environment. Any questions on that one? The next one is EMAP, Emergency Management Accreditation Program. We have not received information on how the state's going to handle it this year, but just based on what they've talked about in the past, we expect $28,500, give or take, for the year. So the state is encouraging counties to get accredited. It's been one of my wishes since we got here to get accredited. It was my primary goal this past year to focus on that, but as you all know, COVID kind of changed my priorities for the year. So because the state's willing to cover that expense, we're going to barrel forward next year with pursuing that accreditation, assuming no other crazy events pop up in the meantime. Yes, sir.
This type of grant, is this something we have to request and go through that process, or is this money that's just pushed to us?
No, we have to request it. So I have to identify that we're still willing to pursue accreditation.
Right.
Then we have to go through the process and then we'll get reimbursed for those expenses. But each step of the way, we have to, before we even incur any expenses, I'll get the blessing from the state saying we're about to incur the on-site visit and here's what it's going to cost us. They'll say, go ahead, we'll incur it. And then literally at the end of the month, we'll submit a bill to the state. They'll pay us back.
What changes or improvements do you anticipate that we might have to make in order to achieve accreditation?
We actually made a lot of them, along with, as you all know, we did the comprehensive emergency management plan we brought to the commission 3 or 4 meetings ago, I think at this point in time. So we took the time then to make some of the paper changes. We have a lot of procedures that, in my mind, are missing that we need to help document. There's a lot of things we do that we know in our heads that we do. But when you go to the accreditation world, they say, well, that's great, it's in your head. But show us if your head is not there, how is somebody else going to carry on that process? So we're going to spend a lot of time this coming year with that process of downloading from our brains and putting it in the formats when the accreditors come. To them, it's black and white. So the accreditation analysis, when they come to visit you, they want proof of everything. They want to see, well, you say you do this, and we go, well, here's the master document that guides us in this direction. And they'll say, okay, it guides you. Where's the literally A, B, C, D? So it's the procedure side of things that we're going to spend a lot of time, which is good too. That helps protect us if one of us is not around, that we have this, anyone else can go, this is what we have to do next.
I know in law enforcement, sometimes it requires substantial capital improvements in order to achieve accreditation. And I'm just wondering if we will be affected by the fact that we don't have sufficient sleeping, we don't have sufficient dining, we don't have sufficient bathrooms and showers, is that going to affect us?
That should not directly affect us. It'll be probably areas for improvement, because we'll talk about things like, we have a plan to have 100 people, I'm being somewhat facetious, in the facility during a full activation. And they'll say, okay, what those 100 people have to lock down? We'll say, this is what we'll do. And we'll talk about, like, we'll put people in hallways underneath desks, and they'll say, okay, that's your plan, it meets the intent, but that's not where you guys should be. You guys need to move to X. You can't, it's great you can put people under a desk, but that's not the real solution.
It is very similar to manufacturing accreditation, where you have to, in writing, step by step, how you're gonna manufacture this widget.
And it's a good process, because it's gonna force us to, there's things like that, there's a lot of things that we just do automatically, that just come out of my team's head. But it's gonna force us to, as sometimes when we write those same things down, you have kind of these aha moments going, but we could do this a little better, because all of a sudden you put it on paper, and it makes you think, become more analytical. So I think it's a very good process. It can only improve us, improve our process.
Well, last activation, lockdown, I slept under a desk, it was less than optimal.
So did I, sir. I slept underneath my desk as well. So yeah, so that's, but it helps us, and we'll come out with a document saying, hopefully the results is you are accredited, but these are ways you can improve. And then we can use that to talk about capital projects and talk about staffing issues, things like that.
How often do you have to re-accredit?
It's a every 5-year process. So it's great when the state's footing the bill. It gets you over that hump a little bit more. It's kind of like the catalyst saying, let's go ahead and do it while the state's willing to put up some funds towards it. And this, the way it's been over the last few years, the state has even covered the expenses for those counties seeking reaccreditation. So this may be no direct fiscal impact to the county in the long run, as long as the state's position doesn't change on that. And then last but not least is my sole decision unit. This is something I've thought about over the last couple of years, but I definitely subscribe to the theory of when you really, really need it is the time to ask. And John and I kind of chatted about that last night. And I think we're very much at that point in time that our staffing levels, we're a very slim department, but I'm extremely proud of my team. They're super effective, but there are some, our measures that we don't hit. And we've been lucky this past year. One of the lucky things with COVID is some of the things that we would not have hit, we couldn't have because of COVID. COVID almost gave us a pass on certain items. If we didn't have COVID, we still would not have been able to meet some of the measures when it comes to outreach. One of the areas from the beginning when I came here is, I think for emergency management to be successful, at least for our emergency management to be truly successful, is I want to get us more in front of the public. Because the more we can prepare the public, the less government services will be needed post-disaster. We only have so many people, so many hours in a day. So I think a lot of this we want to focus on is getting someone that can focus a lot more on outreach, a lot more on the public training programs, and make that really be our huge focus for us. All of our staff, including myself, would play a part in that. We could just significantly improve that and hit some amazing goals with that. The other goal for this person would be is one of the things that EM, along with fire, since we've always been in the same building together for years, has always needed is if you look at our two departments jointly, even just fire by themselves, we don't have an admin person. EM and fire has not had an admin person since the Great Recession back in the late 2000s or mid to late 2000s. They lost them. There hasn't been one for a while. Fire does have an accountant. EM does not. I'm not saying EM does need one because I don't think we're big enough to need one. So this person would also serve as some outreach / admin kind of person that would help do some of those things, as well as serve as admin and assist fire along with their admin stuff as well. Because a lot of the stuff we do outreach, we do together with them anyway. And a lot of the scheduling of the outreach is kind of the admin function. Answering the calls from the public is very much an admin function. We do very well with volunteers doing some of that. But again, volunteers are inconsistent. You can call one day and not get a human, the next day you will get a human. And so this would definitely help do that. I initially thought of making an EM planner, but just based on the roles and our true needs, I actually moved this down to our entry-level position, which we previously called EM technician, is what this says. We actually just retitled it EM specialist. Same pay range, same job description, we just use a title that was more common in the EM world. We were the only EM agency that had an EM technician. So it's not always good to be totally different, so we just retitled it. So that is the ask. This is the salaries based on the mid-range, and the salary range are based on the mid-range of that, the salary depending on the expertise of hire and experience of the person we did hire. And there's very minimal operating costs. It really is just a laptop and a computer screen that a person needs. We already have phones, phone for that person. Our cell phones themselves are actually free. The phone we have to physically cost us anything for the physical phone. So it's really just a laptop. We have a desk.
Is this a fully loaded position including benefits?
Yes.
The number
Yep.
there?
And it's market competitive. It's based on the last salary study. It's in the right pay range for us to recruit an appropriate person for that position.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
No,
All right.
Jorge is managing the pay plan, so he's happy, I'm happy.
Thank you.
Jonathan Lord, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time this morning.
By the way, Jonathan, keep those storms away again this year.
Can I double my ask then?
Good, yeah.
Wait, is it 8:00?
Yeah.
Morning.
The next on the schedule is interim fire chief Joe King.
I have David Morris with me, our chief pilot. On me? Okay. I wasn't sure if you were gonna give the intro and start something. So fire rescue's budget was kind of tricky a little bit for my first year of dealing with it because they separated into 3 budgets. We separated admin out of the whole budget, and then we took the fire budget and separated fire and EMS. So it was kind of tricky to look at. But overall, our total operating budget is pretty much status quo. We were almost 1.4 last year. We're a little over 1.4 this year in the operating budget. And a lot of that, we have additional cost for our operating costs because of our 15 Safer grant, but a lot of that was eaten up in some savings that we had and purchases that we made last year. So it was really, even though we're adding that additional cost of 15 employees, we really don't have an increase in our operating budget.
And that's for the next 3 years, chief,
That's just next year.
next year.
The following year, we might be looking at, I think it was like 91,000 at most.
And then
Just with
those,
an
we're
increase
gonna
of
be
those
bringing those
15.
folks on board in like 3 years, all right?
And then 2024, we pick up the cost of them in April,
Gotcha.
March. So it'll be about 600,000. And then 2025, we pick up the full year of the Safer grant. Capital for this following year. Okay. We had pick up 2 attack trucks and an ambulance, which was 564,000, which is kind of average to low for our replacements on vehicles from year to year. And our payroll, the only thing difference really in our budget, we decreased the budget 129,000 from last year's budget. So last year we were 11.9, this year we're 11.8. And that was just difference in some payroll numbers. I think going down, just to make sure with you, that was going down because of the battalion positions being new and some of the reduction in salaries from our senior people leaving and salaries going down a little bit for starting new employees, which those will be hired on here soon. So basically that's fire rescue's budget. There's not a lot of frills with it.
So the big change you were, just for the folks listening,
Right.
is that you separated EMS from fire rescue. That's because there's a delta here about, I see total on your budget, almost $1.4 million.
No, that's because the admin got separated out.
The admin got separated
Yeah.
out from the.
So the admin's over here in a separate budget now. So when you add this to the total budget, it comes out to the same, almost 11.8.
Now, when the Safer grant runs out,
Right.
just for the sake of the public, what is, going to be the increase in today's dollars, over our existing budget?
1.3 million.
The 1.3 million, and, at present, we've yet to identify how to cover that.
Right.
That's a gap, yeah.
That's a gap we gotta make up
The
by
EMS
2025.
budget is a separate exhibit than the fire rescue.
It's in fire rescue, it's just separated. It's separated on the 2 pages. Or the first page, sorry. Here it is. So what? This is more, right. It's a confusing read, but
Basically, the only separation is the admin,
we pulled admin out.
all fire and fire rescue.
But in fire rescue, they just, the top half of it shows it all, but then the bottom, this is EMS. So it shows the budget for 2021 zeroed out. Correct, that's how you showed it.
Okay.
So it's a confusing read, but that was just for better auditing. Any other questions with the fire budget in general? Before we look at the decision units?
Let's do it.
Okay. I mean, I know it's kind of shocking, but it didn't go up at all.
So can you explain?
Yes.
We added 50 firefighters this year, right? Or we're adding 50 firefighters. Oh, they're not accounted here because they're on the grant.
They're in the grant, yeah.
Because I didn't see the budget.
They're being covered in the grant. So there is a short at the end here, right here, you'll see. Shows the cost of them for grant special revenues. And that's just separated out, but that's monies that's covered for the next 3 years from
Yeah.
March of this year through March of 2024.
So your budget did increase by almost $1 million, a little bit over $1 million. The only thing is funded.
Funded by a
separate.
grant right now until 2025.
Right, 2024,
2024, it's about 600,000.
which is half the year,
Right.
right, funded for that the rest of the year, and then 2025.
2025 would be, by that time will be about 1.2, 1.3.
Right. And what's, we needed the safer grant because you were below FTEs, you guys were below, so we needed to do something, right?
Right, we increased our staff 15, which put all our apparatus to 3-person minimums. We were running 2-person minimum apparatus, which is not the national standard, and it's not safe for us or our citizens.
So the grant was allow you to get up to standards basically 3 years earlier.
3 years
than we
earlier.
Probably could have even.
In the way we've done it in the past, it would have took us 5 years to get to where we started off. Because we generally would hire no more than 6 a year. We would hire 3 a year every October. So by that time, it would have took us 5 years to fill the 15 spots. So being able to get that grant last year put us 3 years ahead of the game.
It just sounds like a lot, but
Right,
we were already behind,
right.
and this is just getting us where we should be. and
Yeah, staffing was
actually
way
getting
low,
the break
plus
for 3
our,
years.
we'll probably see a significant drop in our overtime budget over the next 2 years, once we get all these personnel up, trained as paramedics. But right now, we're already seeing a reduction in our overtime budget, just with about 80% of the people already hired. We were going shift to shift with probably 2 or 3 overtimes, and then we've gone shifts with none. So we'll see a drastic change in our overtime budget.
And by accepting this grant, we're also, the county's committed to keeping that same level of staffing.
Right.
For how long? Is it 4 years?
Well, it's 3 years through the grant,
Okay. And then after
but
that.
there's no requirement in the grant, like there used to be with the Safer Grant, to maintain. It's just, it's encouraged to do it, because at a later date, if you drop these people and don't fulfill that, the need for grants in the future, makes it hard for you to get them. I mean, the intent is to only request in the grant what you need in planning, not to overhire, just because they're paying for it.
But you would immediately drop back to below minimum.
We would drop
standards.
back, yeah, unless we were to, have less apparatus, we would drop our apparatus back to minimums of 2 again.
Talk to us a little bit about what the consequences of losing your favorable ISO ratings?
Well, what happens with ISO ratings, well, let me take a step back real quick to understand. When you reduce your apparatus personnel numbers, your manning on apparatus, you still have to have the minimum number of people on a scene to fight a fire. So what happens then is we're bringing more trucks, more apparatus to the call from further distances. So we're not getting there in the minimum times that we should be there. We're leaving a lot of the other county, unprotected because we're bringing more apparatus from further areas. So when those second and third calls come in, which happens a lot in today's world, we're relying on Palm Coast, Volusia County, St. Johns County, and all these, other areas to come in and protect us and support us. But how that relates to ISO, if we're responding with less people from further areas, our on-scene times are way past the 8 minutes. We're looking at 12, 15 minutes, which reduces your ISO rating. And with ISO rating, you're looking at pretty much anywhere from a 1 to an 8. You're kind of in the range of, you have a fire department, you're within 5 miles of a fire station, you have a pressurized water source. But from that 2 to 8, your insurance goes up a little bit, especially if you're commercial. So anything really over a 4 or 5 in commercial properties see a higher insurance premium. Still, some of our counties are in 9 and 10s. 9 pretty much increases their insurance, a little over probably 40% what I've seen back when I was in the fire marshal position. But some of the areas that we have as 10s, some of our residents on the west side are seeing increases of triple. If you were in even an 8, from an 8 to a 10, their insurance could triple.
The trend has been
Right.
in excess of doubling.
Right.
If you fall away from the 3 that you're presently at.
Right.
And move up to anything approaching 10, 9, even 8.
Right.
How do you deal with communities that don't have fire water?
With water,
They don't have any water.
well, we have in our county, we have 4 tenders. So we have 4 apparatus that carry anywhere from 2,500 to 4,000, 3,500 gallons of water that in these areas they're responding to. So not only all of our engines have 750 to 1,000 gallons of water, these tenders come. So we're able to do tender shuttles. We'll put drop tanks down. These tenders will come in and drop water in the tank, and they'll just a continuous.
And where are those located physically?
They're located, we have 2 of them in Corona. We have 1 in Bunnell and 1 in Espanola, more geared towards the west side. So the 2 in Corona, we have support personnel that are volunteers that respond to there and bring the tenders.
You know what I'm asking? Willow Woods over in the Hammock, no water.
Right.
They have no water.
We're gonna have more.
We're gonna fix that. But yeah, they're suffering, I'm sure, their insurance rates are through the roof, I'm sure.
We actually have a couple areas that are even in Colburn Lane area, there's a few areas in Plantation or Palm Coast Plantation that's just outside the 5 miles, have a hydrant sitting right in their front yard.
Yeah.
So that's some of the things we're working on, are relocating these
Sure.
stations to fix those problems.
Right.
Speaking of things that we're doing to try to maintain cost and efficiency, you have a pretty robust mutual aid agreements in place with various agencies. Tell us a little bit about how that ends up saving a lot of money.
In the county or out of the county?
In the county.
Okay, so in the county first with City of Palm Coast and Flagler Beach, we run a closest unit response with them. So it doesn't matter whose jurisdiction it is, closest unit response. And that's for battalions, everything. So if there's a call in the Hammock, it could be, it'll be our station 41, Palm Coast stations. And in most cases, if it's an emergent call, Palm Coast Battalion, and then our battalion would respond, take over. So the way the county works, it's like we're one department. We're responding closest unit. The thing we try to do is get a battalion or senior officer on scene if it's in our jurisdiction, just so we can take care of it. But in addition to that, we also have pretty good agreements with Volusia County as well as St. Johns County. So we have Flagler Estates up there, St. Johns is currently covering for us, which the calls are getting up a little bit in that area. And I spoke to Joel Sneed and Jeff Pravat up there about trying to work something out. But one of the biggest changes we're seeing now is the Hunters Ridge area and Reimer Ridge area. We currently have a agreement in place with Volusia County, but now that we're seeing growth in Hunters Ridge, I just recently was in conversations with Ormond's chief and Volusia's chief, and we're going to do a closest unit response to Hunters Ridge, which will now let Ormond, who's not even a tenth of a mile, pick those emergent calls up faster. And it kind of works out. We're picking up a majority of the calls in Halifax Plantation Bay area for Volusia County. Out of that station, 70% of the calls are in Flagler County, 30 are pretty much in Volusia County, where Volusia County is picking up Reimer Ridge and the 40 corridor Hunters Ridge, which is, a dozen calls for us. So we're picking up the brunt for Volusia, but Volusia is picking up probably 300 to 400 calls a year in Ormond's area. So now in this agreement, Ormond will now pick us up in Hunters Ridge. So it's the three of us chiefs meeting and working together to cover these calls.
So this is a fire station that's actually Volusia's fire station that we man.
Station 16 is Volusia's station that we man.
Do they pay for maintenance of that building?
They pay for the maintenance of the building. All we do is we staff it, we put the apparatus in it.
The bottom line on this is that through all of these agreements that you've been able to make, you have a far more rapid and effective response at no additional cost to the
Right.
county.
Just through agreements.
Yeah,
Right.
it's really a good plan
Right.
for the citizens of the county. Before we get away from it, I do want to talk about the helicopter program.
Mhm.
Number one is the effectiveness of it. Not many people realize that y'all go on flights after a lightning storm and find the hot spots before they become fires, cut down tremendously on what would be required should those get out of control. And we need to talk about what the replacement, refurbishment, what options are to us, and how much money we can expect to spend in the coming 5 to 10 years on that program.
Right. So the helicopter, and I'll talk a little on this real quick, only because I can tell you from all my years being in the fire service, being here in 85 for the 85 fires, working in Ormond for 98 fires, being in Volusia County without a helicopter was a disaster. I mean, you couldn't catch up. And to see what it's done since I've been here, I mean, after an afternoon rainstorm, Dana and the crew will get up the next morning, 9 o'clock, start looking for what they call smokers or little fires out there. They may drop a couple buckets to, put them out, or they pass everything on to forestry. So we'll probably, on average, a big thunderstorm, you probably find 3 or 4 a day.
Oh, yeah, easily.
Right.
The big advantage is if you think of one of the small brush trucks,
Mhm.
that's 400 gallons in one of those. So there's no way in a lot of these fires that they can get those vehicles back there. So we can, in 2 bucket drops, we can put 400 gallons in a remote area.
Mhm.
In an hour, we can dump 1,000 gallons on a remote area that you have no access to.
Right.
2 hours, you're looking at that 5,000 gallon tanker out there that the helicopter can deliver very economically. And then if we have that remote portable dip tank,
Right.
that's 5,000
5,000.
gallons right there. And that's set up in about 20 minutes. The big thing is getting a quick turnaround to get the fire out quickly. And that's what we got from when we inherited the station from Benel. And that thing is gold. It's just amazing. Set up in 20 minutes, you start filling it up, and we can get water to the fire. Big thing is to get the fire knocked down, and then get the tractors in there to get a line around it. That's our goal.
How many places do you ever you can go dip and get?
I've mapped out about over 300, but that's when we have water.
Yeah.
We go into a drought
Yeah,
season,
it gets down.
they all dry up and we lose probably 2/3 of those.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you go down to like 100.
Now, around here, Palm Coast, there's no problem. We have all the, retention ponds, but when you get out in the forested area where all the tree farms are,
Right.
that's where it's critical. And,
Does anybody help pay for the helicopter services? Do we bill other people?
Currently, right now, the only billing we get for helicopter is medical transport.
So
So if we do a
Sheriff's office. doesn't
Sheriff's
contribute at
office
all.
doesn't contribute, yeah. And we've talked about that.
Well, and it goes without saying to you guys, but the public doesn't realize how heavily that asset is utilized. You utilize it in support of the sheriff's department.
Right.
You utilize it
Medical
for
transport.
medical transport. You use it in support of GIS. To be
Yeah.
able to go out and do mapping before a storm and after a storm, all of those ways that we use it. It's a tremendous asset. It is expensive, and you do have to plan for future replacements and refurbishments. But the return on that investment is huge.
Right.
we've done a good job of keeping that thing, like, it runs 23 years old.
23 years old.
Right.
What other equipment do you have around here that's 23 years old? And this thing's flying around.
Yeah. You can crystal ball it a little bit. At what point do we have to buy it?
Well, again, this is an interesting subject. There's a data plate on the side of that helicopter.
Right.
You can basically replace everything around that data plate. Now, the biggest thing is where we are, corrosion.
Yeah.
It's the biggest problem we have. That's why we're having to replace some of the wire strike kit and everything, just from corrosion. But we just did our second 12-year inspection on the helicopter since we've owned the helicopter. And it actually came out remarkably good. Because I guess we're just far enough off the ocean that we're not having that. And plus we have the hangar, which is huge. We can keep going on with this, but eventually I think it just comes down to, we're gonna start having to replace a lot more on the helicopter. Like our infrared camera, the FLIR, it's come down to a point now where they're not even servicing it anymore, it's so old. But it's a $650,000 camera on there. So,
And that's something we're currently working with the sheriff's office to try and get a grant on.
yeah,
It's a
we
bigger
just
replacement.
missed out on the
Right.
Stone Garden Act.
Right.
Grant, so
Mhm.
we just missed the window for that. But I heard it goes every year, so we're gonna try to work with them, because they're excited about to do that too, because Volusia County comes up here at night and does all the sheriff's work. And they're used to having that helicopter there with the latest and greatest technology. The biggest advantage they have is on their screen, all the streets are overlaid onto the screen. So you can see exactly where you are. You can touch the screen and it tells you the property owner, which is huge, particularly in the letter sections that we have here. When they call us up and you're in the P sections, Prince Albert, what street are they on? And they're all cul-de-sacs. And for us to try to judge where they are, it's very, very difficult. But with the technology that Volusia or even St. John's has it now, they look at it, it shows you right there where it is. You touch the screens that property is, it tells you who the owner of the property is. So it's just, but it's expensive technology. The software alone is $100,000.
That's something we'll look to try and get this grant with the sheriff's office next year to see if we can replace that.
And the people that are in charge of the grant have said that we would qualify highly for it because we're the only county. Everybody else surrounding us has all this nice technology and we're the gap in there.
Yeah.
And they're saying, oh, we need to fill that gap. So we're gonna work hard with it next year. and try
Well,
to-
the lack of that technology can be life or death.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And what you guys do. And 650,000 sounds like a lot of money. But when you start thinking about the effectiveness, the efficiency, the way that the unit could be used, and the potential for life savings and property savings, it's not.
Yeah, it's not, and they would obviously utilize us more. Of course, they also do. I mean, more pilots, in order to cover 24 hours, but that's what we have to look at.
So even though with the age of this helicopter, we can still put new technology on it.
Well, that's the thing,
Can
is we can, but you're putting a $650,000 camera on an aircraft that's probably worth $800,000 now. So you're gonna keep doing
But
it.
that's what we're flying.
Right.
Right.
That's what we're flying. So I don't think.
Yeah. But a new
That
one,
comparison-
new one is,
Yeah.
4.5, so,
And by the end of next year, we'll have 1.2 in the fund for the helicopter.
Build it up.
yeah.
Right now,
That
it's
was
at
supposed to
750.
be done every year.
Yeah.
Right,
If we'd done it every year,
we'd
we'd
have
pay
to
cash for a helicopter right now. We'd have $5 million in there. So,
It's obvious we've got to come up with some funding sources for fire and EMS.
and just one last thing, we haven't been real visible to the public the past 5 years or so because we haven't had a big fire season.
Right. Well, that's good.
It's not, I know, and the fires that we have had all been out in the west and we've taken care of them. You never hear about them, but when we get into the fire season where people are seeing us flying around with a bucket, they say, oh, yeah, helicopter's doing a good job, but we don't have a fire season. And, we're overdue again for, we have a lot of, that's why we're doing the prescribed burning, because it's growing up. And eventually we're gonna have, I hate to say another 98, I hope not, but we're gonna have to.
Everybody thinks with all the dead oak trees from
Yeah.
the flooding that we're gonna have massive fires out in
Right.
the hammock,
Yeah. Oh, I know.
Hey Dana, would the new camera that you're talking about be compatible with the new helicopter?
Oh, yeah, it would go right on there. Yeah, I
So
talked
we
to
can
them.
reuse it if we bought a new helicopter.
Yes. Oh, yeah, it would.
We can
come
transfer
off.
it.
Yeah, exactly.
And then, is there a market for this old helicopters? If we buy a new one, you can actually sell that and kind of trade it in for.
Again, we're looking at about $800,000. We can talk to Airbus.
Right.
Airbus would work with us. They work on getting the helicopter sold, and that'd go into the credit towards the new helicopter. Add in the $1.2 million, so we'd have $2 million there. So you're looking at $3.
Have you-
We can lease it, a lease buy
Right.
over 10 years. And I've got the numbers on that.
Okay. Thank you.
It's a good way to do it. And you still own it. At the end of the $8, you own it.
Does the lease include some kind of maintenance with it when you lease it?
Yes, yeah, you can add it, and that's what I would suggest. The best thing that county ever did with this helicopter was they bought the hour by the hour for the engine, but now you can do it for the entire helicopter. You pay an hourly rate, but everything's covered. You don't have to worry about something coming up unless, unless we did something by accident, which is not what we do. But anything that's normal is covered.
If we decided in the future that we needed to replace that unit, would you be looking for more lift capacity?
Todd and I have looked into it quite a bit because we looked at the options of maybe buying another helicopter just for firefighting. But that would be buying something that's really old, it's probably not the way to go. The one we have right now seems to be doing the job. We can get a twin engine helicopter, but you're looking at double the price. You're looking at $10 million, like Trauma One. But it's not the greatest helicopter for firefighting. What we've got, the newest version of the one we have, a lot's happened in 23 years. So this helicopter, we've upgraded. Our avionics in there is the best. It's really good. It's one thing we did a good job on. But all the new technology now, the newest one would have already has more lift capacity, which we can almost get the next larger bucket, which would be excellent.
That goes up to what?
It's 250.
Right.
Good job, chief.
Do we,
Yeah, we'll get you.
okay, wanna wait?
No, go ahead.
Okay.
Fires.
Huh?
Somewhere we want to go back to fires decision units.
Well,
or you wanna do flight ops?
That's what I was just gonna ask. Do you wanna do flight ops decision unit real quick and finish flight ops before we go back? Because we already talked so much. So like,
Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you.
So like Dana was saying, the wire strike, and he can explain a little more on that. That's a corrosion replacement thing. You want to explain a little bit about the wire strike?
Yeah, the wire strike, it came from the military. What it is it's a little cutting device. If you're familiar with a seatbelt cutter, that type of thing, it's like a giant one of those. There's one on the top and there's one on the bottom. And God forbid if because we fly low a lot, particularly with the flying fires and also flying law enforcement, flying low altitudes, a couple hundred feet sometimes. And this is designed to, if you accidentally didn't see a wire, it's designed to cut it. And it'll actually cut a wire up to about that thick. I never want to try it, but it's designed to do that. And we've had that on there. It's the original one, so it's 23 years old, and it's just the corrosion on it. It's starting to get to a point where it's not safe. So that's why we're trying to replace that.
So out of that, the increase in the operating for next year is a total of 24,000, with 11 of it being the wire strike. The other parts is, that's the 5,000 for the casualty insurance is just the estimated increase that we're expecting. It could be less than that.
That varies.
It varies.
Dramatically.
And then the training and education costs at the bottom are really the only other two increases that we're sure of. But one thing, if you want to go to the decision unit, because this is something we wanted to discuss. That's why I thought if we went to this now, because of the lengthy discussion we just got into about the replacement of the helicopter. So currently the fuel tank in the helicopter, and I can let Dana share a little more on this, is not rated for crash. It's not a crash resistant fuel tank, but you don't ever want to say that you want a crash resistant helicopter because you don't want to crash them. But a crash with this type fuel tank is pretty catastrophic. To replace that tank would be about $60,000 to replace it and have the current safe.
Oh, yeah, and the background of this, we've had some high profile accidents. One was out in Colorado, I think it was 2 years ago. And where a couple people were killed and others were severely burned. And they came to the realization that if it had these tanks, it would never have happened. Now, what's going to happen is we're expecting an airworthiness directive, which is an FAA mandate that says you will replace these. It's not out there yet, but Europe is already doing it, which means it's probably going to follow over here in the United States. Even Airbus is offering a $20,000 credit on training if we install this. So that would pay for our training. It would take $20,000 out of our training budget, which we are required to do every year to go to by the insurance company to go to Airbus and get our training there.
So that credit of the 20,000 would decrease. Every year we spend about 18 minimum on training, Airbus training.
It's where we go out and we practice
Right.
to do all the special procedures in case the engine quit, and we get to go. It's a 3-day course that brings us up to standards. We're still really, really good.
You're projecting the life expectancy of this unit to be what?
As I said, it can just keep going. Now, installing this is going to bring the value up for sure. When we resell it, we already have that in there. That's going to bring the value up.
So that's another thing that we're probably looking 2 to 3 years as the soonest before we probably replace a helicopter. So in this cost here, 60,000 into the helicopter, I mean, that's something we gotta decide as a county, is that something we wanna put into the safety of the helicopter? It's not a total loss of money, it will bring a better trade-in value. It does give us that 20,000 decrease. That's what I was just gonna bring up. If you wanna go back to our budget. So Firefly's budget this year, and Dana had said this to me earlier when we spoke, capital expenditures for this year has us replacing the truck. It's a 2014 F-250. It's not, Dana feels like we don't need to even consider replacing this at this time, especially the low mileage that they have. So that's something that we can push down the road and offset. So between that 40 and the 20 and the training, it's pretty much a wash when you look at it. And on top of that, and we've talked about this, we also have year to year the fuel. We generally budget 49, 50,000, right around 50,000 for fuel, and we haven't been over 33. It's about 29, 28. So we have that little buffer there.
But that's all related to the fire season.
Right.
We have one fire season.
You're gonna use that. So that buffer there keeps us from coming to you guys for reserve.
The functionality of the wire strike is compromised presently.
If we keep letting it go, yeah, it's getting to the point now where it's dangerous now.
Well, I've had people that I know lost lives because of a strike.
Yeah.
And that's one of the biggest dangers for a helicopter.
Oh, yeah.
Back when I was in law enforcement, we lost a DEA Black Hawk up on St. John's. Just didn't know those wires were there, and killed everybody on board.
Yeah, it's,
What fails on the wire strike? It's not sharp enough to cut the
it's
wire?
just, yeah, it's, the metal is deteriorating, so it's compromised. It's not as thick as it was.
Okay.
And we've kept on, sanding it down, painting it, but now we're getting to the point now where it's getting to be.
Yeah, I think that's about much.
And yeah, just so you'll know, what do we have? We budgeted 282 hours of flight time, I think.
You got your budget? 250? No.
Yeah, I think it was 282 hours.
Yeah.
And in a busy fire season, we flew almost 450 hours.
282 hours.
282, yeah. So it could change dramatically if we have a fire season, or if we have 1 month of fires.
On the crash resistant fuel tank, is it your estimate that it would add $60,000 to the value of the helicopter if we sold it?
It's hard to say. I could probably research that a little bit.
Right. You would think if the helicopters were worth 800 now, I mean, I don't know. It's something you have to research.
Yeah.
You'd hate to think that you would lose that much of it. The helicopter would be that much safer.
Information for RA to
Right.
have.
We will look into that. Todd will probably have an answer by this afternoon.
Chief?
Decision units for the fire department.
Yeah.
Community paramedicine. We're all aware of this program and how successful it's been for us. Hard because of this past year being COVID, we weren't able to still run those numbers like I shared at the budget workshop. But I would bet that if we continued to run those numbers, we'd see those decreases in calls continue, or at least holding the increases of calls in our county. And just the different areas that Karen's been able to do on her own without help has been just amazing. We've seen a lot, that she's been drug all over the place during COVID with the shots and vaccinations. and still keeping up with most of her patients. But what we're looking to do is expand that program and bring on a second person for two reasons. One is she needs the help to expand that program and continue to cover this county as wide as it is and the number of people that she sees on a weekly basis. But she's also leaving in June of next year. So we'll have this time, it's gonna take that long to get somebody to be able to replace her, so that when we bring on that second person as a new person, this community medicine employee can take over the role of what Karen's done for us.
At the workshop the other day, it looked like she had two assistants.
They're just line firefighter guys that, because of COVID, have been helping.
Okay.
So COVID's been, CARES money's been paying for them to cover the vaccinations, testing, but those two guys have been her right and left hand for the last year. But when we go back out of that, that's, for us to continue to do that, we'd have to cover it in overtime anyway. So that was the first one. Second one, this is something that I've discussed for several years now with the fire department. And what's brought it to more light with me is some of the stuff we've been looking at with EMS billing. So the fire department right now really does not have a solid EMS division built. So what I was looking for here was, and I started it as a battalion chief administration, not a division chief, because we're trying to grow this department slow. Bring on a 40-hour battalion, put EMS completely under this person. So they'll oversee our field training officers, QA of reports, QA of service, QA on EMS billing. With dealing with a lot of this RFP stuff with the billing companies, I've talked to several agencies, St. John's, Clay County. Nobody on their staff that deals with billing. And we're kind of the anomaly. So we don't have anyone in finance in the clerk's office that really, all they do is receive the money and account for the money, but nobody's working the system with change.
Did you say in St. John's that they didn't have any money?
No, they do. We're the only ones that don't. Clay County actually has in their agreement with Change, they pay for a liaison on site, a Change Healthcare employee to be there 40 hours a week. So this person here not only would be, completely encompassing of all EMS, they respond for major EMS large-scale incidents, MCI incidents, because on a situation like that, we would be the transport responsibility, so that person would be the transport officer. So there's a lot of benefit to this position, as well as being another administrative staff member.
You say we don't have a dedicated building person, but we're doing the task right now. Who's doing the task currently?
It's basically me working with Change. I have an FTO on each shift, so they're not here every day, that does our EMS QA reports. But we don't have a constant. What happens is Change will come to me and say, here's some problems. I'll push that down to the FTO on that shift, and then it could be 2 to 3 days, because they could be off, so it's 2 days later they're on. So what we find is a lot of times to fix these reports is somewhat 5 and 7 days, which getting that information back to billing. And we all know if you lose 5 or 7 days in billing, somebody else is getting money first, and it's just taken away from our revenue. So if we had somebody in that, I think we would increase. I would almost be positive. I don't want to sit here and guarantee, but I would say we'd see an increase in revenue in EMS billing.
Well, we have left a huge amount of money on the table in the EMS billing simply because we haven't done collections.
Right. Collections, and I did speak to like Clay County, they do collections. St. John's County does collections. So that's something we need to look at as a backup to whoever we get in our RFP search, to have a collections backup on that.
If you could work with either St. John's or Clay to determine how much revenue they generate through collections.
Right.
And if that would cover a person for you. That would make it much more feasible. Otherwise, we may have to wait until we develop alternative revenue sources for fire.
No, I did find out, I'm waiting for Lake County to call me back. Lake County also uses a collection agency, and they were working on some numbers. I was hoping that happened for this meeting. But our basic, when you compare our revenues just per call dollars, Clay County, they're 13,000 calls a year, transport, we're 8. We're bringing in almost the same revenues before collections. So we're bringing in an average about $344,000 or $344 per transport of a $700 call. And that's because of most of our calls are Medicare, and then self-pay we leave out, that's kind of where we lose money.
Where are you on your RFP for billing and collection?
2 o'clock this afternoon, we have a meeting for the selection. And worst case scenario, what'll come out of that is the top 2 will come back and present. But that's when we'll meet today at 2 o'clock. But I'll get more numbers on collections.
Chief, I see that you have, this position will have other responsibilities, but wouldn't it be more efficient to have the battalion chief on shift take care of the billing itself instead of waiting this to be handed over to the next day?
The problem you have is you have 1 battalion, and in 3 days, he's not back. So if you give this to 1 battalion, he's only
During
here
that shift,
every
during
third
that
day.
shift, the ones that-
Well, then now you have 3 people responsible for 1 job. They're not doing it the same. There's no consistency. That's what we find in the fire department. I mean, we can probably, if I had a bigger command staff, we could probably do things that way and just have somebody over the top. But right now, you don't have that 1 person every day. I mean, me and you had this conversation about
in the meantime, I'm
divisions.
talking about, yeah.
Oh, well, in the meantime, that's what we're doing now. We're basically doing that now, but what we're finding is we're looking at 3 to 5 to 7 days turnaround before reports are fixed, information's done, and follow-ups like that.
Okay.
But in the meantime, that's what we're doing now. It's not getting done. It's just not consistent. So I'll get some follow-up on the collections.
Let's knock out these
Yeah.
next decision units pretty quick.
Real quick.
Running late.
Opticom replacements. These are the units that change the traffic devices. This is just like the helicopter. We have a lot of them in our trucks right now that you can't even update firmware in. So they're not operating properly, and some of them are low. So this is kind of a priority for our response. And we have a problem. Palm Coast kind of is in control of all the traffic lights, and they're forever telling us how much our Opticoms need to be updated. So that's one. Mobilize software. This is one, no, you can skip this, stay there for a second. This is one, I put this in, this is SCBA air packs and batteries. Once I turned this in, I made my SCBA guy go back and do a complete audit. What I found out was, I told Brian we could scratch this decision unit. I basically have 16 of the 25 bottles. What we did with this is some of our spares are being used in the high school program. Once we got Gillen, the training officer that runs that program, I sat down with him, had a meeting. He sat down last year, I'll say this quick, where the school has developed a budget for him to start purchasing stuff. So they're starting to buy into the program and take some of us. He's gonna buy bottles next year, which will release back probably a dozen bottles that he's been using of ours. So through that, getting the school to step up and take that commitment, we can just scratch this one. Mobilize, right? Yeah, this is the software. This was the fire marshal software. IT back Golden and our fire marshal went through a process to select this last year. We didn't get the decision unit on it last year, but we did cancel the software we were using last year and started using the GIS survey just to track the information until we found something. So we have a savings of $5,805 from our budget from last year, and the reoccurring cost on this is only $8,000 a year. The startup is 16, for the first year, but it's only going to be a difference of about $2,200 a year increase in the year-to-year budget from what we reduced. The nice thing about this software, it also integrates with the building department. So when they do their BTRs, new businesses, it's all trackable between each other. When a new business goes back into an existing building, our inspection can go back to the building department for them to do their business tax receipt and the whole 9 yards. So Jerry's actually speaking with Bo now, since Bo's here, trying to coordinate that. I had some talks with Mark before he left to see if he'd be willing to, pay into half of this at least. So we're looking at talking to Bo on that now. And then the last one, this property control agent, this was something we were looking to expand our logistics. And I have been talking to Holly, because she's also looking to put another person. And we both agree that if she puts somebody else in central stores down there, this might be something we can put off till next year. But the purpose for this is, once Operative IQ is up and running and its fullest, we're gonna take EMS back from central stores and take on our whole logistics. And at that time, we'll definitely need so this one here could be put off till next year now with further conversations I've had with Holly. And that's it.
Thank you, Joe.
I appreciate your time and sorry I went over.
Thanks for your time. Not at all.
I think I helped you, Joel.
Right, yeah. No, it's Gary's fault.
Yeah.
No, it was a good conversation. I just want to thank you, respectful of those guys out there. Thanks, Chief.
Very nice.
It took 15 minutes of my time.
Well,
Usually it's the other way around, so
Yeah.
I know.
payback.
So next up is Director Jared Shue, Innovation Technology, and everything else.
And everything
And
else.
all that whole list of stuff that you do, which I'm sure you'll tell us about.
Good morning. I brought with me two of my managers. The third one is at home, as you know. So I have Matt Golden, the IT manager, and I have Darlene Pardini, the GIS manager here as well. So they'll be here for any questions that you have. So I'll go through our IT budget. We have, I believe, 5 budgets that we have to go through. So the first one is innovation technology. There's a few slight increases in here. You'll see a lot of our salaries year after year, since I've been here for 6 years, steadily decline year after year because we get rid of or people move on that are previous staff that are paid, highly compensated or compensated more than what our replacement staff is. So we've actually gone down for the most part in some of the salaries. A lot of the ads that we've had over the years, additional duties, additional departments that have merged in have created some of the increase. So I'll go down through this. You'll see a lot of it pretty much stays stagnant. You get down to Vertex phones on the 4101 line, communications. Our phone system is about 4 years old. It needs upgrades in the phone replacement. So this year we paid to virtualize our phone system, which we're working through right now. There's one last little bit with 911 issues that we're working through and how it connects to the 911 center. But when that's done, we need to move those ahead. Each phone is about $350 a piece that sits on a desk, and we have 850 phones. So you can see that $6,500 doesn't get us far, but in years in the future, if you look at the 10-year plan that I provide finance, you'll see that that number steadily increases because we're starting to get to the point where the desk phones are they're breaking periodically. We once at one point had 150, almost 200 spares. We're down to about 40. So
You should virtualize, you can have like a software on the PC.
we can do soft phones as well. Once we can get our staff, trained at that level, they can use a soft phone instead of having, physical desk phones.
I just wanted to highlight, when you say the salaries are not going down, funding for the revenue for the line item is going down, not the salaries itself going down.
Correct. Yeah, it's just by attrition, as somebody leaves that once made 80 and we replace it with a job that pays 60, we sort of see that decline over time. I think we're about as far down as what we're going to get salary wise. I think from here with increases and with COLA and moving forward, we'll start seeing those numbers increase. Communications changed a little bit. Copiers, we have a $7,500 deduction in equipment there, and that was because our copier prices finally have stabilized. Our number of copiers have stabilized, so we're cleaning that up.
And these are copiers for countywide.
We pay countywide with the exception of enterprise funds. So everything is in our budget, all copiers are in our budget.
That the, you mean the airport, for instance, then?
The airport, the only two that are in general fund that we don't pay for, there's two at the library, the citizen use ones, because they get compensated back on those.
Right.
Those aren't in our budget, TDC's not in our budget, building department and the airport.
In the airport, yeah.
Drone insurance, general liability, we've been paying that, it's just we finally called it out this time, and before it was just paid in savings. So we called out our drone insurance, and that is a policy that covers 10 drones countywide. We pay our portion, building pays their portion, fire rescue pays their portion. Building and equipment repairs, $11,000 decrease. We had some big projects last year that we did in this line, but let me talk a little bit about that. We have money in a few different places with security system. Our security system in this complex, or actually throughout the county, is about 15 years old. I won't get into this since it's a public meeting, but we're not the most secure systems. So to make it secure, we have an initiative starting next year that will tie it together to the new camera system that we presently have. So it'll all be managed in our one platform. We have about 163 doors that have to be upgraded. So all the controllers have to be taken off and upgraded. And that's part of this, as well as our enhancements. So every year we try and do a few enhancements. This year we did Ag Museum, we did some at the courthouse, or I'm sorry, the Justice Administration Ag Extension, I'm sorry, not Ag Museum, fire stations, and then we did the Palm Coast District Office for the Sheriff's Office. So the next step, we did the library the year before, so our next step is getting social services done with access control and some cameras for some security. So we're trying to get ultimately all of our sites to have at least external cameras on them in case something does happen. Gives us a little bit of risk management.
And that's included in where the line item that says countywide networking equipment.
That's in some of the building and equipment repairs, as well as the county equipment,
The
correct?
security system is
Yep.
in that line item, okay.
Yep. We also are doing, we took over cameras 2 years ago, and I made a few copies just this morning for y'all to see. This is a little bit of what we're fixing. So this is the library camera system that went in about 2 years ago. Last year, if you remember, and Jorge, you weren't here, but we canceled our contract with our existing security vendor, and originally we were looking to hire 2 staff in-house to do this. We ended up hiring 1. That top picture is a camera that has water intrusion in it. The bottom one is one that is what it should look like.
Everybody can't see this.
Yeah, well, we can hold it up to it. But it's, we're finding this, we've already replaced a number of cameras. When this water intrusion occurs, the camera is no longer able to be repaired or maintained, and it has to be replaced. They're about $700 a camera. So we're going behind our previous vendor and, fixing these issues. And some of that is incurred as well as in the security system. So a lot of things that we're moving through there. I'll try and get through this pretty quick if I can. The maintenance agreements for Tyler Central Square, there's increases there, as well as a new service desk software that we're doing that's going to be more transparent, along with the analytics that we started this year. The capital threshold increase, computer replacements got moved into the office equipment line. That's that $90,000 increase. And I do have to make one comment. I made it the budget already, and I told them I was going to make the comment here during this process. Since this budget has been created, we've been ordering equipment, and we're finding that equipment, if it has a processor or a screen on it, it's about a 25 to 30% increase in cost right now. So a computer that I bought 2 months ago, the computer I bought today, or a monitor that I bought 2 months ago, and a monitor I bought today, or a dock that I bought 2 months ago, or a dock that I bought today, is roughly 25 to 30% increase. So that's not reflected in this budget right now. We're going to have to watch that trend to see where it goes, and potentially have to account for that depending upon what happens. The other thing that's in some of this project, actually it's down below. Office 365 is in there. That's Office 365 is the web-based version of Office, the newer version that we have to go to. And then we have the board chambers small overhaul and capital equipment 6410. That equipment was done about 7 years ago, so some of the cameras need to be replaced, the controllers, we had an outage a few months ago that we were out for a few weeks while we had to wait for a piece to be replaced that was out of warranty. So things are starting to need to be happening. And then we have the 64-tank countywide network equipment replacement. Our switching gear is about 8 years old. It needs to be replaced. It's end of service, not just end of life, but end of service, which means it's no longer having firmware updated for it. And a lot of the newer switching gear that we're finding as we talk to Cisco and all the different big vendors, they really now are trying to keep switching gear to a 5-year replacement plan instead of it used to be an 8-year, and now they're starting to get back to the 5-year. They're trying to tie it to their firewall replacements. So the costs are increasing. And then with that, I guess I have to talk about the EOC UPS replacement on this line. The EOC, since its inception, has the same UPS or the battery backup to the 911 center, the ops floor, the IT equipment room. That is in this replacement plan as well. There is some lines, I know I was reviewing the budget yesterday, and there's some lines that there's potential offsetting. We might be able to reduce about $11,000 in another line to help offset this 50,000. I think it was just put in by Eric because the new system comes with maintenance already, so we wouldn't need maintenance for the first year on that. So there is some offsetting revenue there that are offsetting savings that can help with that. So that's the gist of this budget. And as I said before, I'm marvelously reviewing phones, radios, software, and the other technology associated items in the other line item budgets to see if there's any other further duplication of efforts that might be in there. So we're working through that.
Is the majority of the cost of the 46-30, the Central Square software, the increase there?
4630 was that, as well as there's an access control portion that's going to be in there, about $40,000. So for us to buy that software to do that access control project, we buy it. It's going to last it's a 4-year contract. So that reduction will happen, and then we'll have 4 or 5 years from now, we'll have, for 4 years, we'll start that increase again. So there's a $40,000 increase in that budget line for the access control software as part of the upgrade. That is the biggest part, other than the time of munis increase. Yes.
Yeah, I think Commissioner Sullivan just raised his hand.
Hey, Melanie, can you, oh, you can.
Can I?
Yeah, you should be, yeah, you're a co-host.
I don't know where it came up though.
Go.
Sorry.
Is this
Well,
in
that
here?
says Commissioner Dance, that's why it said Commissioner Sullivan on the top, and then I don't see his box.
All participants, you have to go.
I'll bring you in.
I'll have to talk there.
Commissioner, you should be brought in now.
Bringing all those people in.
A lot of them are
On the phone.
the directors that are just listening on the computer.
They can hear it though without being part of it.
Panelists to speak.
Now can you hear me?
There you
Yeah.
go, we're there.
Okay, good, thank you. I just had a quick question on that, for the board chambers overhaul, 50,000. That's in the coming year, or I thought you were kind of doing that now in this year?
This year is the relocation from the second floor to the first floor, as well as the add of the 16-foot TV that's going to be above the board's head for the display of the screens. Instead of having the small screens, we're putting that 16-foot TV in.
Yeah.
This is the cameras next year, the controllers, the actual back of the house system. So we broke it up into multiple years so that we didn't have a giant, $150,000 increase in 1 year.
Right, okay. I actually wanted to raise my hand just to let you know I was here and that everything was working fine for me from home.
Well, you're in now.
All right, very good, thanks. I'll unmute again here if I can.
So that's that. That's the IT function. If anybody has any questions on that, we can move on to creative media. So creative media, we have a reduction. We did the website redesign. So there's a reduction of the website redesign. Communications reoccurring. We moved the lines around 4110 and 4120. There was a small increase because of the cell phone for one additional person. the copier maintenance and website. We start paying now the maintenance on the new website as well as a little bit more copier maintenance because we're producing more documents in-house. Office equipment was an increase from 1,000 to 3,000. They operate Macs. I'm not buying a Mac for $1,000. So, and they have 4 of them. So they need one about every year for replacement on average. And that was, I believe, the increase we had there. The reduction was the transfer of the PIO from this department to admin. Public safety software, so this is our CAD system. There is an increase of $32,564. That's our contractual increase across the park. We do pay for this out of county, but we do have offsetting revenues in here with all of our municipalities. And after speaking with the chief of staff, I think next year we need to address the proportion of how this is being paid and have them pay based upon their license like we talked about.
Yeah, apparently there is charges hitting the fire department or the general fund for the fire. And this is based on licenses, and there is the number of licenses that law enforcement uses and city of Flagler Beach are using are not being paid. It's all, the cost is being absorbed by the fire department. And we're trying to be more transparent and allocate those costs where the licenses are being used.
That's that. Yeah, we'll have to clean that up. Previously, the way the costs were done was how they used to pay Tyler, and the county just paid the difference.
Let's continue, yeah.
And now we're gonna fix that, hopefully next year. Okay, so public safety communications network, the radio system. The project's going to be done, so there's a little bit of a reduction in capital there. We have, I don't think there's much. We took some wireless reduction out. Electricity, we don't have to pay as much as we thought we did. We're basing that on there. We increased the building repairs a little bit due to some of the UPS maintenance starting next year. The maintenance agreements went up 60,000. That was based around what we are going to actually pay Motorola for their maintenance. So the cost, once we went through the a la carte menu of maintenance and decided which maintenance we were going to get, we originally had a holder in there for this year of about 200,000. It actually turned out about 250 is what is needed for them to do the first echelon support. So that's the increase there, as well as our mock alert system costs $22,985. That's the fire rescue station alerting system. And we're going to look to also see if we can talk to our partners into helping us compensate that, because they have that ability in their fire stations, their volunteers, their firefighters.
Jared, overall, what is the increased annual cost for the 800 hertz system over and above what we had?
Over and above what we had, I would have to, you're saying versus the old system versus the new?
Well, no, not necessarily, but just what is it costing us each year to have this new system?
This is actually, the whole budget is primarily the entire cost, including the staffing of the system. So, I mean, because there's a bond on this that I have to pull that number into. I mean, the bond looks to be about, if I'm not mistaken, about 540,000 for one line, and about, it starts in 2022 with another 680,000.
What are our contractual expenses?
Our contractual expenses? Motorola, I'd have to go back through this. 2298, 555. I have to go back through this and pull it out.
So your budget
I
is
can get you that number.
321, right?
Yeah,
321 is what is budgeted.
and 250 is contractual, 22,985 is contractual. The logging maintenance for 15,000 is contractual. Load bank testing is, all these other things are needed. So I mean, that number is, the maintenance agreement is 321,000 on top of the bond.
And the total, your total tentative budget is 1.8 million.
For this, yeah.
Because of the bond, correct. Yeah, you have 1.25 million in bond payments.
1.25.
And that's broken up into two separate notes. One is a 20-year note, if I'm not mistaken, and one is a 10. Hardware's 10, and the other one is They both look like 2029 in here, Brian, but I thought.
No, the next one is 36.
Okay.
So the other number, the 470,000, that's actually what it's costing us to operate the system.
Correct. Over top of the bond.
Yeah.
So the life expectancy of the equipment is 20 years, correct?
For the end user equipment, for the equipment that they use on their hip or the equipment in their vehicles is 10 years.
I'm talking about
The RF equipment, the radio is 20. We have a 20-year agreement on that equipment. Actually, it goes beyond 20 years. At year 18, our increaser stops. And it's there on out until we have it. We did ask them how far in advance, if we could extend. And of course, right now, without knowing what the future looks like, they said we could probably keep it up to 25 years. But with that being said, I wouldn't push it much past 20.
So are y'all writing it off at 20?
15, I believe, or 20. We did 20 for the RF equipment.
Okay.
And then E911, this is from based upon the 911 revenue. We anticipate about, what do we have in here, Brian? $545,000. It's actually going to be a little bit more than that of revenue plus our cash carry forward. We do have to spend on cash carry forward. And the reason being is we're not eligible for grants if our cash carry forward is more than 30% times 2, so more or less 60% of what we brought in that year. So to be able to be grant worthy, we have to spend that down. So we are about a year away from needing grants. So next year, we're going to be looking to do a remodel potentially of our backup PSAP that's not in here yet. We're still waiting on numbers to spend down some of those numbers so that we become eligible for the next big $500,000 upgrade that we have to do. So we don't have to fund that on the back of the county general fund. So we have, it looks like a huge reduction of $184,000. We had done away with the way we were going to allocate staffing. So don't mind the $184,000. Last year, you notice budgeted $201,000. We were trying to move everybody into IT and then back charge them back to 911. It worked well, but it didn't work well enough. And discussing it with finance, we decided to go back to where people are actually allocated directly in those budget funds instead of doing work orders for it. It was working, but if one key stroke was off, it didn't get transferred, and there was a little minor hiccup with some accounting functions over at the clerk's office, I believe, getting that transferred in. So we're going to go back to doing it the way we did before. That's where that big $184,000 change was. That's why the offsetting 148 above. We have about a $34,000 increase in 911 lines. Right now, we are one of the first in the state to go to what they call an EZNet or fiber optic 911 services. We signed a contract. We were, I think, the third in the state to sign a contract. We just went live. I think we've got one vendor left to transfer. And then we have a burn-in period to where we stop paying AT&T and we just start paying the new vendor. So there's a little bit of a duplication of payments in here. And the money will go up as you go to an EZNet. But we're also looking, once we become grant eligible, to have offsetting grant funds that will help us pay for some of that. So the state's working with all the counties because it is a huge increase to go to an EZNet. Next big number is maintenance agreements. We had pre-purchased a number of maintenance agreements years ago, and our maintenance agreements start coming back up online. That's the increase in the 23,000. The equipment, $16,000 increase. We transferred our 6410, which was our previous capital that used to be anything over 1,000. Now that's 5,000. We transferred that up to the 5111 line. There's a small Office 365 charge, and then some publications and memberships for $1,500. We do pay for some training packages for all the dispatchers, and that's some of that offsetting cost, NENA memberships, training that we pay for the sheriff's office dispatch staff, the things that we're allowed to pay. Because that center, we more or less pay for a lot of the stuff in the center, but we're eligible for 30% of what those people are doing. So there are requirements of 911 dispatching versus, or 911 call taking versus dispatching. So we can pay for that side of it. So the NENA memberships, the training for the public safety telecommunicator training, et cetera. That was that increase. I believe that one was it. If anybody had any questions. so we've talked a little bit about these. This number one, we discussed, I think we're going to look to have a staff in-house. We presently have a staff person in-house that we're going to look to do a minor modification of job title. The person was brought in at a lower job title than what she's actually doing. And in review of her work, she qualifies for a much different job title because she is sort of the office manager of finance. This is an older job title we pulled. Since then, I believe we've discussed not doing this, trying to see what we can do this year, and potentially not doing this as a decision for next year.
It's not just job title change, it's a whole classification with responsibilities.
It's actually aligning the classifications in a job function to what the pay and compensation is. Much similar. We did this before the Evergreen study took, in effect. So it was never really properly reviewed. It was a newer position. This one is the assistant CIO. So it's more or less somebody to help me out in the department out. The number of hours that we're working. I mean, I had some notes here that, we don't have a number two. I'm in meetings 60, 75% of the time, even though the staff is also doing the same. We've got 4 staff working an average of 60 hours, 5 more working in the 45 to 55 hour range a week. So, I mean, we need help. One of the big things we need help with, though, right now is managing all the different portions between the sheriff's office, the county, City of Flagler Beach, Radio Cat, 911. I'm stretched thin. I can't be everywhere for everything for everybody, and these two definitely can't do any more than they're already doing. I think between the two of them, they're working over 130 hours a week, so we need some help, and this is it. And at the same exact time, I need to be able to take a step away from here, which I really haven't been able to do in 6 years, because I'm on call 24/7, 365. So that's
those are loaded numbers.
Those are loaded, yes, sir. Public safety system specialist. Since I've been here, we've taken over CAD about 5 years ago. One of the first things we noticed was CAD really doesn't have anybody other than, I think, a 0.66 of an FTE, if I'm not mistaken, or somewhere around there. Not even a full FTE that manages our CAD system. So we put all this money into our CAD system, but we don't properly staff it. So the request here is that we hire a person that can start figuring out our CAD system, working with our sheriff's office, working with our fire department, using this this is almost like a business analyst, but just dedicated to CAD. We need to start putting, actually it says 0.83 FTE because I have his numbers in there. It's a multi-million-dollar software, but we aren't putting our staff on this as much as they should be. We need somebody who knows this inside and out that can work with all those entities. So time has come where I think this one is definitely, you can see if this made it higher than even my support department. And this is definitely needed.
Jared, why would this be funded by property tax instead of CAD, the CAD users?
Right now, CAD users do not pay any maintenance. They pay the maintenance agreement, but no staff labor. So that's one of those negotiation points I think we need to bring up as we talk to our partners next year. Much like the radio system, we make them pay in part of that. They help fund the salary as well as the maintenance. On this, they've always just paid for the maintenance and no salary. So I think we need to start coming up with a solution to help compensate us for that time. But if we do that, we also have to have a body to put towards it.
Yeah.
So it's carton.
It helps identify the real cost of operating the CAD system.
Correct.
Yeah, that's the transparency issue.
Yeah, right.
We absolutely want to work toward that.
Correct. Yep. So as we do that, we just need to make sure that once we start telling we're going to charge them, that we also have the bodies there that are going to pay for that. The next one is the senior security analyst. You all know what's going on in the security world between the pipeline shutdowns and everything that's happening every day. You hear about something else happening. We have one security analyst right now who's actually stretched a little thin, really thin. We're doing all the FBI, FDLE, CGIS, and the Falcon. A lot of that for the sheriff's office as well as the City of Flagler Beach. They're doing all the cybersecurity. Our PCI, our HIPAA falls under that. Our DMV or our Florida Highway Safety Motor Vehicle, the David access. There's a lot that person's doing. They're supposed to be doing auditing and phishing and penetration testing. It's just too much for one person. With all 3 entities, it's a lot for her to do. On top of MDMs, mobile device management, I'm throwing a whole bunch of acronyms out there for people that stop me if you have a question. But it's a lot for one person to try and keep us safe. We either pay for it now or we pay for it after something happens that we don't want to have to pay for.
This is midpoint, fully loaded.
Midpoint fully loaded, I believe midpoint fully loaded.
After your training,
Yes, sir.
did you notice a decrease in the amount of threats that we were incurring?
We have, some of our phishing has decreased substantially. Our response to clicks, the use of the Fisher button that we put out there, and all those things cost us money as well. You know, we've been able to fund a lot of those through some savings we found other places. That's helping augment, but you're starting to see about a 15% right now, but we're not pushing it as hard as we should be. There's more training, there's more things we want to do quarterly. We just don't have the time with the staff and personnel we have to keep up on that.
Are you still using physical isolation on your backups?
We have a device that has we bought a device this year that actually has built-in air gapping. So it's actually one device, but you turn off a controller after you're done with it. You can only have one controller on at a time, and there's basically 4 controllers in there. So it can't turn on the other ones to access those drives that controller saw. So it's not the old-fashioned physical anymore. This is just in one box that takes care of it internally, but we are doing air gap backups.
Good.
We also encrypted those when we got in.
There you go. They also encrypted it when they put the new version in. So,
Commissioner Sullivan?
he's had his hand up from before.
Oh, okay. Probably lower.
Let's grab that one there.
That banner.
Okay. Lower hand, there you go. Okay, so the next one on the list, we asked for, and I know we're not expecting a lot of this, but the need is still there, so the decision units are in front of everybody, and I guess I want to get that out first and foremost. This wasn't Jared's asking for the world. This is saying, hey, you guys know me well enough, I think everybody around the room, that, you know, we needed the help. I'm going to put it out there, but I understand that we can't meet everybody's need. We don't have the capital for it. So with that said, the next one up we had was a support specialist 2 for cameras and telephony. Right now, telephony sort of falls in a void of about 3 or 4 different people that pull together to get it done. And then the camera system, where we had a person on board, we've lost that person since, and we're in the process of rehiring that position. But we managed, between the sheriff's office, the jail, the county, we probably manage, if I'm not mistaken, the last number I knew, it was almost 800 cameras, 900 cameras, not including body cameras, car cameras.
Not including any of that.
That's another 200 plus. So we managed probably a little over 1,000 cameras. We managed a little over, if I'm not mistaken, it was 1,200 cell phones. And then the 850 desk phones. So cameras and telephony have blown up immensely, not including the doors that we have, the access control.
Are you maintaining the LPRs too?
The LPRs are done through the contract to the sheriff's office. So the only part we have on those are the network access cards that we provide to those. And usually that's plug and play as long as they don't blow up on us or overheat, or, you know, we have one of those issues where the SIM card goes bad. So that's a huge need. Yep.
Because, you know, 1,200 cell phones sounds like a lot, and for the public to put, you know, here, but can you explain the reason why we have 1,200 cell phones here?
Yeah, so it's not just the county. So the sheriff is probably one of the biggest users. If I'm not mistaken, they have about 400 MiFis and 100 cell phones. The county has, if I'm not mistaken, about 300 cell phones, 250 cell phones, including emergency cell phones, sat phones. And we have, bless you, and we have, if I'm not mistaken, about 75 MiFis on this side. In the city of Flagler Beach, that's about 100. I'd have to run the numbers again, but they're in every fire truck. They're in every law enforcement vehicle. Most of the law enforcement vehicles actually have 2 devices in them. They have a MiFi, and then they have one. If they have a camera system, they have one in the trunk and in the camera system.
But the cell phones are required because of Sunshine Law.
Then the Sunshine, Florida. So we operate differently. We do not have what they call a BYOD policy, bring your own device policy. And we do that because of a lawsuit. We've always had it that way, but in review of a BYOD policy, when I got here, there was a lawsuit that occurred in Orange County, I believe it was to the sheriff's office. where they were sued. I think they paid about $1 million out because they were not archiving their text messages.
Able to produce them now.
So they weren't able to produce them. So we went back and said, hey, let's just do this. Let's provide cell phones, provide the archiving, the backups, the solution to it, to make sure that we meet our sunshine requirements for the public.
Thank you.
So there's a lot going on there. And then the next one is another IT support specialist. That's our support division. The IT group as a whole, there's innovation technology, and then there's the information technology part of innovation technology. So that division runs at about a 1:70 ratio we have up here. So we run pretty lean. For all of our entities, we run about 400 requests a week right now, plus all the PC replacements and all the other work that they have to do, moves, sheriff's office moves, staffing moves, equipment moves. So that team is run pretty ragged. So we were asking for some help there with that team as well. And there was one missing on here that wasn't included. We did have a vehicle that died in October of 2021. If we do any additions, or 2020, I'm sorry, 2020, my apologies. It was our 2004 Jeep Liberty. It was initially, we discussed not putting it in, but after discussing with staff that if we really are starting to see a need for that vehicle, we don't have high miles on our vehicles because usually they're for short trips, but at times a lot of our vehicles are out. So we have a vehicle that I believe it might be in next year's replacement, like fiscal year 2023's replacement plan to replace that, but we may need to do some creative math to maybe pull some projects out this year to be able to augment and replace that vehicle.
Yeah, that can all be discussed when we go through the rolling stock.
Yeah, since that one is definitely a completely dead vehicle. I mean, it's been surplused, so.
All right.
Okay, I think that was it.
Thank you, Garrett.
Thank you.
Thank you, Matt.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for coming.
Thank you all.
Next up on the itinerary is Director Holly Albanese from the library. She'll be walking in here momentarily.
Walking in now.
Right now.
It's just a traffic jam in the hall.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thanks for coming, Holly. So we can just start off whenever you're ready.
Okay, I'll present the library budget, which should take about 2 seconds, which basically it hasn't really changed that much. We were all asked to present as flat a budget as we could. And obviously, if you look, I have. The overall increase can be attributed to the COLA for the most part. You'll notice over the last few years, there have been some increases, and mainly it's security. If you look at it, you'll see an increase based on security. And of course, when the salary study was implemented, we also had a large increase in the personnel expenditures. But for the most part, the library has remained static. We have a lot of technology that we pay for. Utility cost, I'm looking at the main library right now. I assume you all are looking at the main library. So the biggest costs are the security, the technology, the materials budget, and the utilities expense.
So you invest 192,000 in materials every year?
We try to get as close to that number as possible. The problem with that is the way we handle materials. They don't charge us until we actually receive the materials. So if something goes on back order, it gets canceled, and it won't cancel until 3 months later. And we won't know till 3 months later that it was canceled and that we didn't actually get it. And then we also have, because we have no acquisitions librarian, that's a person who would just, all they do is purchase materials for the library system. And because we don't, we have 4 librarians in the library system, and the 4 librarians are responsible, and that includes myself, for doing all the acquisitions. That's children's, that's DVDs, CDs, audiobooks, regular print, large print, even the databases. So that all comes under that materials budget. We have something called Automatically Yours, which has been a blessing. But the problem with Automatically Yours is you have to put a certain amount into that budget. And the way it works is you pick a bunch of authors that are popular. So we look at what our community wants, and we've selected all the authors. And as they publish, we will get anywhere from 1 to 10 copies. And we select 1 copy for some authors that aren't as popular. We do 3 copies for some authors that are mid-range popular. And then we do 10 copies for the most popular authors. And so we have been setting aside about $25,000 in the main library and $5,000 at the Bunnell branch, specifically for Automatically Yours. Once it's in there, it's hard to recover that money because you have to wait till the end of the year to find out if you've used a majority of it or not. We just don't know when an author's going to publish. One year we could be spending almost $25,000. Another year we could be spending $18,000. It just depends. So that number is just hard to pin down.
But it's committed.
It is committed. So that's why you'll notice on the first 2 years of the budget that you have in front of you, we haven't spent our full amount. And it looks like from the actuals that we're spending around the same amount. And I'll guarantee that a major portion of that is because of the Automatically Yours. And then of course the materials that we don't receive before the end of the fiscal year, we then have to cancel those and reorder them at the beginning of the new fiscal year. It doesn't roll over like that, so we don't have that ability. And I know that the trustees have requested specifically, and we'll get to that decision and I'll talk about that then. Do you have any other questions on the budget? Okay. The Bunnell branch is even easier than the main library. Basically, the Bunnell branch is 2 staff members, and then the operations are the biggest part is the utilities. And the reason why their materials budget is so small is because all of the databases, the ebooks, the streaming media and everything is paid through the main library budget. So they don't have that listed in their materials budget. Everything that you see under the materials is strictly print resources, audio books, DVDs. That's really what that is for. And we have a small Automatically Yours. But all of the databases like Hoopla, Press Reader, which is the online magazine newspaper subscription service that we have, those are all paid for out of the main library budget.
And then on the salaries, you have 2 FTEs, is that right?
Yes, 2 full-time. Yep, that's all we have over there right now.
What do you anticipate your staffing to be once your new library is online?
I've been speaking to Heidi Petito about the needs for the new facility. And I said, well, obviously it's going to depend on how many hours we open. If we go with what they are right now, which is 40 hours with the new facility, I need a total of 9.5 full-time equivalent in the new facility. However, the plan was to take a couple of people from the main library and transfer them over. So overall, I think it was 7 total that I would need extra once we have the new facility at a minimum, and that's with 40 hours a week.
And what hours do you have at the main?
Right now, when COVID hit, we reduced our hours. We were 61 hours, which was 4 nights a week and Saturdays. And with COVID, we opened up just the Monday through Friday, 9 to 6, and then we've slowly been adding hours back in. So right now we're at 57 hours a week. We have 2 evenings and the Saturday. We still haven't gone back to the full 4 evenings per week.
Will you want to do something similar at this library on the southern side?
Yes, I would love to, but it would require more staff if we do that, which is to have 2 nights. The 2 nights that the main library currently in Palm Coast is not open, I would like this new facility to be open the opposite 2 nights. So for instance, the Palm Coast facility is open Monday and Wednesday. Maybe the new facility could be open Tuesday and Thursday evenings. And then instead of Saturdays, maybe the new facility would be open Sundays. That way, there would be a library within the county open every day, night during the week, and at least some hours on the weekend.
What would the total FTE increase be in that scenario?
That would bring you up to 13. We'd need the full 13, even with taking a couple of people from the main library. So you'd probably be around 15 full-time equivalent to be able to meet. Right now at 57 hours, and what we're talking about is similar, around 53 hours, okay? So it's only a 4-hour difference. We have a total of 14.5 FTE at the Palm Coast facility. So 14 to 15 is about right.
Okay, thank you.
All right, anything else on Manel? You're okay? Okay. So the law library, which we took over in, before I started here, that was in 2004, when they went from a mobile, it was a bookmobile. They had a bookmobile and they didn't have the branch, and they found they needed an actual bricks and mortar, and they had that building on 100 over there, which I think belonged to the clerk of court at that time, and they moved us in there instead, got rid of the bookmobile because it was on its last leg. So they moved us in there in 2004 and made an agreement that the library would take over the law library as well.
Also part of the Article 5 implementation, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, so we've been running the law library since 2004, essentially. And we really can't do anything to it because it's revenue-based. So we can only spend what we have. Over the years, we've reduced a lot of the print because we've noticed that many people do not, especially because really the law library is for the attorneys and the judges. And we do have some laymen coming in, people, citizens wanting to use the law collection, but we find that for them, they tend to like the NOLO type books, which are a little bit simpler. But we do have a small print collection now. We've reduced it. We worked with the judges several years back, and we worked with the judge and the clerk of court at the time, and we reduced the collection, the print collection, to what was absolutely necessary. And instead we have a database called Westlaw. So it's online, it's not remote, unfortunately. The access has to be inside the library. So they either have to go to the Bunnell branch or the Palm Coast facility to be able to access Westlaw. And this last year, we added with another database called Legal Forms. So it's, I find that many patrons like that because they'll come in and ask my staff for a particular legal form, whether it be for rental agreement, something to that effect. But they'll come in and ask for a specific legal form. So this database has helped us with that. And we moved it, when we started it last year, we took it out of the main library budget because we couldn't, once the law library budget is set, we can't really play with that. So we paid for it out of the main library. And this year we moved it to where it belongs, which is the funding is coming from the law library.
What is it on the top line item, 1625? What is that?
That has to do with, you're talking about the $16.25?
Yeah, 25 cents on the law library.
Yeah, that's basically the 25% of the fee that they can take. So if you see there's a $65 fee.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's imposed. Out of that $65, that's basically the amount that gets taken for the law library every time someone pleads guilty.
Okay.
Or NOLO. So that's how much they get. But again, that's revenue driven. So it's really hard to capture annually because we don't really know how much we're going to have that year because they get the money during the year. So we're just as careful as we can with that. But we only spend about $1,000 a year on print for this particular budget. Rest of it is databases. Like I said, simple. Absolutely.
No decision units?
One decision.
One decision unit? Okay, here we go. Oh, yeah.
One, just one. And it was requested by the Library Board of Trustees. And they'd like to see a 3% increase for library materials because of the recent increase in databases, for the digital content, to also account for inflation and increased costs of processing and shipping. Keep in mind, This last year, shipping costs have really skyrocketed for everything. And so the way we've been able to keep our budget stable is just purchasing less with the same money. That's all we're doing. So I put that request in, 6,500 is about 3%. I would spread that around. Honestly, I reduced the materials budget for adults by 20,000 to make this budget work at the stable amount. So I probably put some money back in there, especially for the adult print budget. If not, we'll remain with the same budget. We'll make it work. That's what we do.
We appreciate it. You got us back on time, which is great.
I told you, our budget is simple, not a problem.
Thank you, Molly.
All
Thank you,
right,
Molly.
thank you. I told you. Where do I go? Where do I go? Right next to her.
Amanda, click on the Zoom a little bit more. Just one more click.
Yeah.
Easier to see. Because that's fine, but the other numbers. Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
Sure.
Yeah, that's better.
Good morning.
Good morning. So Director Joyce Bishop, Human Services, talk about our budget.
Okay, I'm just going to kind of highlight the differences in the admin department. The $1,000 is just the allowance for communications, allowance for rate increase. Human Services, $200 is, we're doing increased interaction with our clients via mail and email and via phone, so we needed to bump up our postage a little bit. The number in our Medicaid reimbursement is a projection, and I'm expecting the exact number any day. I am usually pretty close on that. I did speak with Department of Revenue last week, and that number should be coming in any moment. So $7,900 increase. I'm hoping that that's good, because it's gone a lot higher than that in the past. The outside agency funding for human services, that's gone up 49,000, and 24,000 is the addition of the cold weather shelter, and the 25,000 is for FIBA volunteer services being moved from pooled account to our account. So that's not really, the 25 isn't really an increase, it's just a shift from one department to another. Okay, 2701. Okay. I've got a few pages. And my projections for 2701, which is senior services, are based on the grant amounts that we've gotten this year. So that's the best guess I can do, and that's up about $49,000. But I also anticipate getting that revenue. So I'll talk about revenues. Actually, it's probably now would probably be a good time for me to mention the revenues. My our actuals for 1920 for senior services was about $493,000, and I'm projecting for 21-22 of $538,000. So, and that's not including any additional, like this year, we got a whole lot more money from CARES money. So that was probably $400,000 we got more for CARES money, and that'll just be spent specifically. So if they start giving us more, right now we have $72,000 in our congregate meal program for meals that will run into next year. We won't have that spent by October. So that's the senior services. Adult daycare, The only increase that we did there was, there is an allowance for an increase for the cost of meals based on the CPI. So I did that based on what prior years have been. And it's-
Did you have to close down because of COVID? Did you close down senior daycare for a
Yes,
while?
we did. Yes, we
For
did. And
a
our,
year?
for the whole time, but our staff has been doing the.
Right, I saw that they were showing other stuff.
Yeah, they were doing the temperatures and checks, and the RN and the LPN are doing vaccination. So they've been doing stuff for us. They haven't been sitting around. And we are anticipating our soft opening date is June 2nd for both the adult daycare and the congregate meal site.
Super. That's good.
Okay, so that's daycare, congregate meal site. The increase is again based on the CPI increase for meals and the addition of the Church on the Rock rent and utilities that we didn't previously have to pay at Woodlawn.
What did we end up for the year with the,
With,
on the cold night?
on the cold night, it was $17,000, $17,000. Yeah.
If we billed the other jurisdiction,
Yes.
Did they pay?
No, they were just recently built. Because we needed to, one of the things that we had forgotten about at one point in time, we needed to have a contract with the sheltering tree in order to pay them. So we had to get that in place and then, and then get all the information from them.
but that worked out well.
Yeah, yeah. The transportation being given as well. It started out very slow, but it did.
And what facility did we use? Church on the Rock?
Church on the Rock.
We did, we used that facility.
Yeah. It'll be interesting for next fiscal year to see, and I'm sure we'll work it out fine, but when they're in there overnight and then we have congregate meal site coming in at 9:30 the next morning. So they have to be out by 8, but you also have to think about cleaning in between there. So there's going to be a few things that are going to be.
And the area of the church we use is actually where they hold services.
Yes,
correct?
we're in the
It's that big- it's that
sanctuary. Mhm.
And we came down under budget on the cold night.
Yes, yes, we did. And we are in the process of getting everything moved over to the Church on the Rock. Pastor James has been wonderful. He's very easy to work with. And so we'll see how it goes. So that was that. Veteran Services, not really anything big going on there. They pretty much stay pretty steady. The SHIP program, when we did the budgets, we were going by our minimum that we anticipated. And then we just recently, it has been decided that they're not going to be able to sweep that anymore. And we anticipate $760,000 for.
Yeah, I didn't read that, so they're not gonna sweep up the.
No, but they've reduced how much that, they've reduced the percentage of the dock stamps that we're getting.
All right.
It's reduced down to 9%, I believe it is. They're reducing the amount that SHIP gets for the dock stamps, but they won't be able to sweep it. But of course, they could change this down.
I was gonna say.
I mean, that's only gonna be for 1 year.
Yeah, how big a fence did they put around that?
Well, the sad thing is that the original apportionment would have made a difference in affordable housing.
Absolutely.
And homelessness. This apportionment, not so much.
Not so much, right? The original apportionment that we were supposed to get for this fiscal year was over $1 million.
Wow.
And we got nothing. And it wasn't swept, it just was vetoed.
Right, yeah,
So,
I remember that, yeah.
Well, and the Association of Counties was really trying to get some of that money that was sitting there. They kept fighting and fighting. I will say that pretty much I feel like it was the Realtors Association that got them to bump up to where we are now, because they were giving us the first bite at the apple was going to be a lot less than the 760. And so the Realtors went in there and their lobbying helped.
Good.
So 760 is a lot better than the 0 that we got this year. And a little over double of the 350 that we've been getting. So we're going to be really looking at that. We're in the process, we just got approved the inspector for rehab program, and that's what we're working on now is getting rehab. That we have to do a certain percentage of our funding has to be spent on rehab, and that has to be, you get 3 years to spend your money. So we're still working on old money, which is the reason why we can do something this year, because we're still working on old money.
Now, your housing partnership is what you're using for the rehab?
Yes, St. John's Housing Partnership got the bid for the inspection services, yes. And Bill is going to be really good for us educationally wise. He's really going to help us really figure out what we should be doing and how we should be doing it. And I expect great things from that.
He's got great experience.
Yes.
He's our leadership guy.
He's under contract.
Yes, he actually, his contract was on last night's agenda.
Okay.
It's for inspection services
Okay.
for the rehab program.
Okay, good.
And he's very well respected with the coalition and Florida Housing Coalition, Florida Housing Corporation. And then the neighborhood stabilization program, I'm going to be totally honest with you that I don't know as much about this as I do all the rest of my budgets. We did receive money from a prior year refund this year of $29,000. And it can be used for CDBG eligible activities, but I have to dig deeper into what specific activities in CDBG that could use.
It's actually a program that's past its time. It was designed as a remediation for all the foreclosures in the economic downturn.
Right.
And now you don't have foreclosures, you got a housing shortage.
Right.
Can you use that money to help with somebody to keep them from going homeless, like help with rent? Is this pot of money going to be used?
No.
To prevent the foreclosure?
No. But, well, the other thing is that there is money out there from ERA 1 that there is a portal out there that I have to get that information together, and I think maybe we'll do a press release about that to let the residents know that they can go in and get some, now it's only for rental, it's not for mortgages, that they can get assistance. Similar to, but not like our individual grant assistance that we did for CARES Act. This will be to assist them, but there's a lot more, it's more stringent as to the requirements in order to be able to get the money. They have to prove that there's been a COVID related thing. They have to have certain documents, and it's just a portal. And it's not being run by us, it's being run through DCF, who hired a vendor to do it. So we don't have any control over it, but I think that our Human Services Department should step up and assist our residents if they're having difficulty.
Yeah, where in your budget is it? I might just missed it. It's a program where we actively prevent people becoming homeless, or we can go help with rent.
Our Human Services program.
Okay, that's where it is.
That's where it is. It's and I'll be honest with you, we're very quiet due to, and this is usually a time of year that we're a little quiet because people are getting their income tax returns, but all the stimulus money, all the CARES Act money, people are not calling us to see about helping them with rent.
Yeah, I sent one to you the other day.
Yes, oh, did you send it to me? I don't know if we got the person.
Through Nadine King. I gave her your number.
Okay.
She had a person that was just about to go homeless.
Okay, so, yeah, and we have a lot of collaborations with our nonprofits in the county, and like, we don't do deposits, but Sheltering Tree or St. Vincent de Paul or a bunch of the others will do deposits for us, and then we'll do first month rent, and then we try, and if somebody doesn't have an income, we'll try and get them through the SOAR program to see if they're eligible for disability. So we do a whole bunch of stuff. I'm doing time-wise here.
Okay.
Okay, and then decision units. We currently are not on the HMIS system, which is the Homeless Management Information System. So that when we need information from the HMIS system, we have to go through the Blue Shirt Flagler Homeless Coalition, and it's not always in a timely manner. So in order for us to get into that system, it's about $400 per person that will be on the system. And so I have 3 case managers and a program manager, so I'm looking for $1,600. And that will be a continual cost. And then Flagler Cares, which is a nonprofit that assisted us with spending $600,000 of CARES money that we received through the SHIP fund. They are they also are assisting in combating homeless and helping with rental, and they have a SOAR person that helps people get disability. They are in the process, as a matter of fact, I think we're going to pick them today. I'm on their executive committee, a database for all the nonprofits and possibly the county to get in on. That will be a coordinated system. We currently use an Access database for all of our human services. And it's built directly for us. But my understanding is that there's no support for the Access system, and if it crashes, we're in big trouble. These systems that I was in on a few of the presentations that they had from companies, they can be tailored to each person. And they're asking if we can help them with $10,000 towards the purchase of a system.
This is a donation.
That's
Flagler Care.
There's no deliverables associated with this.
There's just that what they're hoping for is not to charge any of us to be on the system. So it's not like having to pay the $400 per person for the HMIS. So that's that. Carrie, because that's what I said to Carrie. I said, what's the ongoing cost going to be? And she said her hope is that she's going to be able to work this well enough that she won't have to charge people to be on it, because that's going to be a big thing to nonprofits. Nonprofits aren't going to want to pay to be in the system.
So if we give them $10,000, how much of a chunk does that take? I mean, what's the shortfall?
Well, she's got the hospital has given her money. So she's gotten a couple of big ticket numbers. She's gotten like $50,000 from the hospital.
So she's got enough to cover.
She's pretty much covered. Yeah, she's been working on this for a couple of years.
It's easier for a government if you structure that request so that there are deliverables.
Okay, I'll ask for deliverables.
If it comes across as a pure donation.
Right.
Just have to look at it.
I hear you, so.
And that opens a bad door.
Right, it opens the door for anybody else to ask. I don't want to set any precedent like that, for sure.
Yeah, deliverables will take care of it.
Okay.
So Joyce, the HMIS system, what kind of information your staff gets from that system?
What the nice thing about that is that's a centralized system throughout our coordinated care system, that if somebody's looking for something for somebody and we have it, that person comes up and we can do it. If we're looking for something that we can't do, there'll be somebody else in the system. It's a coordination of whatever services are available.
So the person that is homeless has all their information in this HMIS system?
It is also used as a database for grants. And it's also used during the point in time counts. That is the key number that is used to get funding for homeless. So it's a pretty important system. Plus it cuts down on fraud, because if somebody is getting the service here, if somebody else on HMIS pulls it up and sees they're already getting that service and they're trying to duplicate, it cuts down on fraud.
Is the database accurate enough where we go to that annually to determine how many homeless there are in Vibrant County?
Yes.
Accurate is point in time.
Yeah.
At the point in time. And it all depends on what the definition of homeless is at
Right.
that point in time.
But you can pull out of it how many homeless people are receiving service from, at any time, from HMIS users.
Sure.
And it's only $1,600 a year.
Yeah, it's $400 per user. That is what I was quoted when I did the budget.
That could be a deliverable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how many nonprofits you can get on there.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Anything else?
No, thank you.
Cheers, Joyce. Have a good day.
Thank you, Joyce.
You're welcome. And you have my number if you have any other questions.
Okay.
We got a 10-minute break.
We have a 10-minute break.
Take a little break, yeah.
Sure.
Hey, we have some time now.
I did it.
Holly and I's gotta stop.
I would think Al would eat that up. We brought him in early.
No, if
How
you stop,
true,
can
how
you start it, or it starts a new one?
They said you just stopped it over.
Can you pause? I'll stop the video. Okay, we're back
Okay,
on.
county attorney. Ality,
Good morning. Good morning.
go ahead, just keep on rocking. Go
But-
ahead,
but-
go for it.
So, okay, I didn't know, I thought you were all gonna just give me the third degree, like you go to court and the judge says, okay, I got this section.
Let's get
I'm just
comfortable.
joking, I'm
Let's
just
get
joking.
comfortable before we.
It's pretty much a stay-in-place budget. What we did do was, we did reduce some, non-personnel costs. For instance, because of the pandemic, we had reduced travel, and associated with that is reduced conference time, because so much is being now done through webinars and Zoom meetings and the sort, so there's a reduction there. We've maintained the same staffing allocations. We have included an overtime decision unit, and that is because our legal assistant position is one that is subject to overtime, not exempt from overtime, so that we have to make sure that we have the funds to be able to use overtime when it's authorized.
Where does Freedom of Information Act costs in your budget? Or are they?
Well, it's built into the salaries. It is a significant part of our work. I would put it on a par with what we might do in a particular contested case spread over the course of the year, because oftentimes we have to provide advice to the public information officer, to department heads, or people working for department heads about what is and what is not a public record, what procedure to use, how to account for the costs, if there's a cost to the individual requester, because it involves a significant amount of research. We work a lot with obviously the public information officer and the IT department, because they get tasked with those electronic searches of emails and so forth. So we are very involved. Oftentimes people want records that we only have. So they're unique requests to us where we're not assisting somebody, but rather culling information electronically that responds to a request.
Is it worthwhile for the public to actually separate those costs out in the budget? Or is it that not, or is that too hard to do?
From a managed.
Just to show people.
Yeah.
What it costs us as a county government to respond to sometimes frivolous.
That is a good point. One of the ways, by the way, that we have done that, I don't know that it's not a perfect barometer, but where we have a requester that is, using up a disproportionate amount of time, we can have IT do a count of how many emails back and forth that have been generated. Now, a public records request is not just a single complex public records request, is not a single communication.
Sure.
If you've got a multi-part, and it also has a historical element, but the number and how far back in the history are complicating factors. So there tend to be lots of communications in trying to keep all that straight and finding the sources of information. For example, we just had a person who was a frequent requester ask for 19 categories of records. And we are duty bound, obviously, to respond. So we have to almost treat we do treat each of the 19 like a separate public record request. So we'll reply and say, okay, this is in response, we're giving you the materials in response to 12. Number 15, we don't quite understand what you want. If you want this, it's going to involve a very extensive search. If you want this, so there is that back and forth as well as putting the material together. Now, there's another facet to it where I forgot to mention this, and it is a very significant portion where they will ask us to look over the submittal. They're getting ready to send out an electronic submittal. So let's say, I don't know, say it's 50 emails. So they will ask us to go through to make sure there's nothing that's protected there that they should not be releasing. So they do have us review that. Now, you actually asked, would it be of any value to actually
Have a line item right in here. Have a line item in this budget that says.
Well, it'd be out of our salaries. It might be a notation, but here's the problem. It would require us to keep time records, which I suppose we could. It's just like one more thing we got to account for, but we could keep time records to show how much and then aggregate that cost. For instance, if the legal assistant is doing something, obviously a different rate of pay. If it's a litigation matter, typically I'm the one that looks at it. If it's something a little bit less than that, Sean can look at it.
I don't want to make work. I'm just saying that, that's a significant expense for the county.
It is.
And we have no way to reflect that or tell the public what it costs to do this service. It's a service that we provide, we're required to.
We're required by state law.
It is a service that we provide and it costs taxpayers money. And we can charge some to people that ask, but that's minimal. So
in some cases, it's minimal. Our biggest problem is that we want to, when people have a legitimate need for records, we definitely want to respond to the public and give them what they need.
Yep.
But there are a number of people that use this ability to ask for any record as a weapon against the county itself that the taxpayers have to pay for.
Well, that's one of the things I'm getting, because you see that, you see requests that are absolutely out over the top.
And where we used to just lean over backwards on everything, some of these abusers were actually demanding that we create a public record for them, and the law doesn't require you to do that.
In other words, assemble data, answer questions.
Yeah, but it's just a thought, because I think we get abused a lot, and there's a cost. There's a cost to us, to reply. So anyway,
No, that's a very.
I don't want to create work.
No, I know, that's a very good thought, because it has been I would say, so excessive since about frankly, since about 2014.
Right.
You've noticed a market change in the volume. We have people who are serial requesters, multi-part requesters. We have people who are asking for information that someone else had already asked for.
And asking for information that's freely available online.
That's correct.
Yeah, they could go look themselves.
Yeah.
All right, just.
No, I'm gonna take that under advisement. I'll go back and talk to my office, and I think it might behoove us, because it does take an unusual amount of time in our office to answer all the legal questions and all the processing associated with responding to our request.
And then there's your costs, and there's IT's costs, there's public information
Yes.
costs, there's
Oh, there's
administration
other people.
costs.
Oh, yeah.
It's all
All these
across the
costs
board.
online.
Yeah.
It's all across the board.
Finance gets involved sometimes, so it's like all these other costs, yeah. But I think it's probably a good idea to explore that.
Just take a look.
Yeah. And there might be an
It's an
option
excellent
with the
point.
new financial system and the HR module to be able to track time on that.
We actually can assign, and the finance
Code, yeah.
folks really know more about this, and I would defer to them. But we can actually assign a project number that's public records request or something. I mean, I'm not trying to create work for the finance department, but I suppose there is a way that we can
But you can capture
record
the
it,
data.
capture the
Capture
data very easily, so that we don't have to maintain the data tracking and aggregating of those numbers. You know, some electronic way to do that, I don't know, but I'm certainly open to it, because you bring up a very good point. It distorts the application of resources. I'm sure you know this. I'm not saying something you don't know, but we have really critical projects. We're a small county. Everybody's working hard. Everybody's working beyond, you know, any kind of normal expectation, simply because of the number and complexity of our projects. Under Mr. Cameron's leadership, we've been undoing and correcting and readjusting prior issues, and they're very time consuming. And then we have our new issues that we have to deal with, very significant undertakings for the public. And these requests really distract from that focus. It's not just the amount of time, but when you have to stop, to actually attend to this, if it is more than a 2-minute call or something to advise somebody, and you got to get into the depth of it, or you got to read the records, it's very time consuming, and it messes up the rhythm of your work. Best way I can say it.
Another question that keeps coming up in hearings, in commission hearings, is us hiring outside counsel for help. That's $100,000 in your budget, correct?
Yes, that's the amount that we've been at.
And I mean, I have no problem with it. I think we have to do that. We have to have that ability, but that's something that we get beat up for. Why does Mr. Hadid have to hire another lawyer?
Well, the really short answer to that is that legal matters are so much more complex
Yeah, you need a
than ever.
specialist at some point, yeah.
And so
We just
we need to bring the right talent to the particular issue. So for example, as you know, we talked about it last night, we initiated an injunction action. And for us to stay on top of that and do all the things that we would need to do in the court, yeah, we could do that case. We could handle that case. But the problem is that we're so stretched out across a bunch of things. We don't want to lose the focus on the case and want an experienced trial lawyer in equity law to be there. We look over everything. In all the cases we do, we are very much involved, directing how that case goes, reviewing the stuff, creating work product. So it's like a team. We are putting together a project team with outside counsel that has the expertise and gives us the confidence to be able to move forward and to be able to manage all the cases. When we have the opportunity where we don't need the outside counsel as part of the team, we definitely do that. A perfect example, I know you will call this particularly, Mr. Hanson, is in the short-term vacation rental issue. There was an action filed against us to set aside all of our rules and to seek over $22 million in damages. Once we got through the initial hearings where the court validated our ordinances as being constitutional within the statutes, we were able to handle the rest of it all the way to the completion and dismissal of the case and the removal of the 22 million damage.
Right.
So we use them in a very targeted way.
Yeah. No, I understand the need. That is, helps me answer the question.
And I don't mind explaining that, to members of the public or, any group that may want to understand that.
Al, I had a question. You were not here for the first part of the meeting here, but one of the things that John shared with us was that the provider shared for the increase in ad valorem taxes, about 5% increase we're expecting. And that's about $2.3 million. And out of that, there are some items that would be recommending allocation. Right. We're going to be about $151,000 short as we see it right now. It might change later on. And I know also that you're very busy. There's a lot of things like you explained going on, but you have a position of a deputy county manager.
Deputy county attorney.
Yeah, county attorney. Do you expect to fill that position this year, FY22? And if not, then we can probably move that money to help balance this. But knowing that you have all these workload going on, just wanted to gauge that to see how you are on that.
We could probably make that a half year. So that would reduce, it'd help you get to your objective. Because we're just so swamped. To take on the deputy county attorney position, I see as someone that has very substantial experience all across the board, litigation, ordinance drafting, real estate matters, commercial, and somebody that essentially would be able to do anything that I could do. And to attract that kind of talent, you really have to go out specifically targeting who you might want to do that. We've actually made a couple of offers that did not pan out. Part of the difficulty is that because of some of the activity that goes on, although it's definitely been reduced. I know that when you're talking about a deputy county attorney position, it's somebody that's looking to eventually be a county attorney. And they want to go into an environment that is as positive, as they might expect. But those that are experienced know that it's not an easy road, politics and so forth and so on. But one of the things that we have unfortunately had since about 2014 and 15 is this constant pummeling of the commission and so forth relative to ethical issues, ethics cases brought against me, all of which have been dismissed, but we still have the overhang of those, which deters people from wanting to come here. One of our previous deputy county attorney, who was excellent, was shocked when she got a Florida bar complaint. This is a person with a stellar reputation. Now, it got dismissed, but nevertheless, she had to face this potential smear on her license. And so people are upwardly mobile like that, who believe in the tenets of the profession, who are very disciplined. That is not something that they welcome. I know that we lost a legal assistant applicant because she observed one of the board meetings and just did not not the conduct of the board, but the conduct of others and not wanting to work in that kind of environment.
Well, we've sort of slowed that down.
We have.
We've made great progress, but we still have this blogger out there who just dumps on us. You know, if you go look, you Google Palm Coast or Flagler County, he pops up with all these the officials, elected officials or criminals. And you know, he's probably the greatest deterrent to business development in Flagler County. But yeah, but I think that we've made great strides in shutting the tap
Yes.
off of the people that were constantly attacking us. That's stopped.
And plus
That
they
has
have,
stopped.
watched, I will tell you the positive attribute of that is that the commission has been steadfast in insisting on accountability. And so I don't know, a dubious distinction, an accidental result of the fusillade that they throw at us is that among the county attorney bar, I'm viewed as an expert in ethics litigation. You know, an accidental expert. And for that, by the way, I got a statewide award. So it's like a dubious distinction. When I went to law school, I didn't want to go down in history as being an ethics litigator, but I've become one by accident.
So you're saying that you're expecting to hire this person probably halfway through the
Yes,
year, so we can
yes,
actually.
because we're so
move-
small, right?
Okay. You can't.
To devote the time
hire the
to
right
it,
person, yeah.
it's not just putting out an ad.
Yeah.
That just invites a lot of people who are trying to make a change, who may not have the talent, may not have the experience base to really serve our interests. We can't afford mistakes in the legal department. They have serious consequences.
I appreciate that, thank you.
You have one decision unit you want to discuss?
Well, I did mention it, and that is that because the legal assistant is not what's called an exempt employee. Right? That's an individual that we have to pay when they work over 40 hours, and sometimes that is required.
This is for the summer.
Oh, the summer
Yeah,
intern,
yeah.
right, I'm sorry, well,
Okay.
it's not just that, okay, is that a decision unit?
Yeah.
Okay, well,
It's
yes,
only
well,
one
we've already
person,
hired
so-
somebody for this summer, and we'd like to have someone literally every summer, because we think that that could be a very helpful addition to, to the progress of our work.
Are these law school students?
Yes.
Yes.
So Al, last year, I know we had a decision unit for the overtime. I don't have one this year. Is that what you're
Well,
referring
I'm
to,
looking at
another
this,
one?
I'm looking at this, maybe I'm
Yeah,
misreading that, just putting it in the budget as a.
yeah, so that is the
It says
decrease
decision.
from last year. So let me pull it up here, so. you
There
can
was
see it.
overtime.
Oh,
So,
oh.
yeah, last year
I'm
we
sorry,
had-
we zeroed it out.
Right, last year we
Okay,
had
okay.
that one-time increase, the 11,000 for overtime.
Right, so we're doing.
So
Thank
we
you,
didn't
thank you.
have it this
Okay,
year,
so
So
I'm
I
gonna-
wasn't sure,
Okay, I just saw overtime decision unit, and I didn't see the parentheses. which-
yeah, for FY
That's negative.
21.
Okay, so the only decision unit then that we really have, see, it's not appearing on my document here. Oh, by the way, I just saw, oh, there it is, last page. I just saw in skimming, there are some places, Mr. Hanson, to go back to a question you asked, there are some places where we can't be the counsel of record. For example, in the ethics litigation where I'm a party, I can't go and represent the county, it doesn't work, so, okay.
We'll
Yes.
get with you and determine what appropriate budget for overtime, for you just have the one person that might
Right.
have overtime.
Right.
So put a
And what
little
we've been
in
able to do, I think, is just a transfer when we have unspent funds.
Well, for now, we've had the deputy county attorney position that hasn't been filled as well.
Has
so-
been a source.
there. Yeah. We'll make sure you'll do it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Okay.
Al.
Yeah.
Appreciate
Okay,
it.
thank you very much. Appreciate your efforts in looking at everybody's budget. Wow. What a challenge.
Next up is Director Melanie Thomas from Ag Extension. She'll come in here in a moment.
Thanks, Al.
Yes, sir.
Where to? I'll say.
That's what it was always.
Hello, sir.
Good morning.
How are you?
Very good, and you?
I'm good. Hello.
That's the special assessment that we're charging each of the homeowners. So what is this message? I can't be. I'm trying to figure whether I need to figure it out.
We should go in a couple minutes here.
You're saying we're gonna be fast, huh?
Take
I
your
heard that, I
time.
heard that.
Not fast, but take time.
There you go.
Melanie Thomas, everyone.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Glad to be here.
Go ahead and you can start whenever you feel comfortable.
Just dive in, huh?
Yes,
Truthfully, as far as overall budget goes, we pretty much stayed about the exact same from last year. Didn't do it, just moved around a couple of little things. The biggest thing that you'll see is on contracted services. The difference between 2 years ago to now is we ended up putting the copiers on contract. And then this past year, we added our Sea Grant position with UF. So that was that interlocal agreement between Volusia County and the university. So that was that $16,000 increase there. But we moved around some things. The capital expenditure, you'll see the big decrease there. That was for our 15-passenger van. It's still sitting somewhere. We don't know where.
You haven't received it yet?
I talked to Holly yesterday and she said, not anytime soon. And I said, well, will it be this budget year? She said, I hope, but I don't know. So I guess it's sitting at Bozard Ford, either being built, doing something. I did reach out to our extension office in St. Johns County, who just received a new truck from the same place, and it took them almost a year to get theirs. So evidently they're just very far behind on the state contract on getting them out. I don't know what's going on with it, but I was hoping to have it in June.
You haven't paid for it yet, right?
It was taken out of, as far as I know, it was taken out of the last year's budget. Yeah, it covered it.
So
Got
now
it.
it needs to be moved to the next year. if you-
Possibly, if we need to. Hopefully we'll have it by August.
You know, the issue on new cars is they can build them, but the electronics they can't get.
That's, yes,
That's
with all of the issues right now.
Goes back to Jared saying that everything's 25 to 30% more,
Yeah.
anything that's circuit board. Screen.
Exactly. Yes. So communications recurring, that was just, same thing, just the percent increase that we were just kind of told across the board to raise. Office supplies and office equipment. I did increase our office equipment a little bit from last year to this year. That was in regards to getting that new position, potentially chairs, desks, any office furniture, stuff like that that we would need for that particular position. Other than that, everything is pretty much about the same. You'll see in our conference and seminar registrations from the actuals to what was budgeted, there's a big difference there, obviously. Most of our conferences within Extension are usually summer and into the early part of fall. So last year we were on halt because of COVID, everything got canceled. Or went virtual. So there was no price encumbered there. So that's why there was a big savings, but I went ahead and kept it there, hoping that I do know our one main statewide conference that's budgeted in there will occur in September of this year.
And that's across the board. Obviously, no one really traveled that much. So
Exactly.
that's going to help our fund balance, Commissioner,
Yeah.
this year. But yeah, we would expect to go full budget, just like Melanie did this year.
Exactly. So everything else is really about the same. Of course, the increase, the 1% increase on COLA, so you'll see the difference there. But other than that, any questions on any specific lines? Or obviously we had an increase of vehicle insurance going from a 7-passenger van to 15,
Let's talk about Wendy's position.
Okay. Wendy's position, as of right now, Wendy is our multi-county ag agent. That position was split out, I want to say 7 years ago. We had a full-time ag agent in Flagler, full-time ag agent in Putnam. And it was, I guess, from my understanding, what I've been told on the university level, is they were having a very difficult time filling that position on the Putnam side. So they, Sharon at the time was the director here. She was multi-county, so they multi-countied out and split the ag position. With that, over the years, of course, things that she's got an appointment in Hastings, doing a lot of her research and stuff out there. Our ag community in Flagler deserves a full-time ag position. Putnam deserves a full-time ag position. So we had discussed potentially reconnecting that back together, unsplitting it out, making it a full-time Putnam, full-time ag position. University was open to that idea. I will say from the beginning, we don't have anything on paper necessarily as far as a date goes, but from the very beginning of Wendy's appointment, she has been very vocal and very upfront in saying that she is retiring in June of next year. So June of 2020, she will be vested in the university's state plan. She's planning on leaving. So we had talked about splitting that position back out before she left so that we weren't trying to hire 2 full-time agents at the exact same time. The thought process is to split it out, have her move to Putnam full-time, hire a new ag agent for Flagler County. She can assist that Flagler County agent to kind of get up to speed, and that way we'll have that one in place when she leaves Putnam in June.
That was June 22?
2022.
And then,
So,
did you need to adjust anything in your budget to?
I don't believe so. We've looked at everything. The way that position is set up right now, Flagler County pays 53% of the salary.
Mhm.
So I'm looking at keeping that about the same. And then maybe the university picking up a little bit more because they only pay 20% of it. So some salary savings there. I think we should be pretty good on the Flagler County side.
Is there any reason we don't start immediately to try and fill that position full time?
The Putnam position,
No,
Flagler County.
Flagler County, yes. I mean, we can, certainly, Dr. Mamal, right, but this has all just been talked about within the last couple of weeks. Dr. Mamal is on medical leave right now. So as soon as he gets back, hopefully in June, I'm hoping to get the okay from the university to go ahead and at least get it advertised before.
Because this is not much of an increase for
No,
Flagler County. Why don't you put it in as a decision unit?
we didn't even think about it as far as it, this was all just talked about in the last, week or so. So it wasn't even brought up yet.
What kind of individual do we need? Can we take someone right with a master's degree right out of college?
Potentially,
So we could do
yes,
that, right?
absolutely. Absolutely. It would have to have a bachelor, it would have to be a bachelor's position.
Just create a decision unit, put it on the list.
I think we should push. We should
Go
do
ahead and
that.
do it.
I don't want to get into a position where
We don't have anybody.
we don't have a person out there.
Yeah, that's a very important job.
Absolutely. I totally agree. I don't want to have, we don't want to have a gap. That was the talk between Sharon and Dr. Mamal and I was we do not need to have a gap here. Tim Wilson in the St. Johns County office is already assisting with livestock related stuff. She's just, she's in a position where she's just run really, really thin between 2 counties and Hastings. And, we need to help her out and help out, our clientele as well, and don't want that gap, but she has agreed that absolutely she would help out as much as possible until we get.
Well, you're probably the only director that will come in here in these 2 days and leave with an additional.
Yeah.
I'm blessed.
Yeah. So Melanie,
Absolutely.
I want to make sure I understood correctly. So Wendy has a PhD and we can replace a PhD with a bachelor's degree person?
Absolutely. The position will actually be probably advertised as an ag agent 1 or 2. They have different ranks within the university system. And agent 2 is actually where Wendy is at right now. However, she did have her PhD, so she was hired in as a 2. We typically hire them in as a 1, and then every 6 years they would go up to additional ranking. Yes.
You just make sure you get somebody that produces light, because they will let us know if they don't.
Yeah.
They will let me know if they don't, so believe me, absolutely. And that is one thing that I am definitely looking at is making sure that we have a good, somebody that understands row crops and along those lines for sure. So livestock, absolutely needed as well, but we do have 3 very good livestock agents in surrounding counties that are certainly help out and assist as well.
Sure.
But that row crop position is vital.
Just fill out that decision unit so we have we can start, go through the process.
I'll call
Take
you.
care.
Yeah. We'll get it.
Take care. No problem.
Absolutely.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Don.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Have a good week.
You too.
So that's the end of
Good morning.
the morning session. We start back up at 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock.
I appreciate y'all letting me sit in.
Not at all.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're here.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Jorge Salinas, and we have here the finance staff, John, Amanda, and Brian. And this afternoon, we're going to be covering growth management, land management, and special assessment, as well as the airport. We'll start with Mr. Mango.
Any questions? We stay fairly flat. You can probably see that there, and then we do have I think a couple of decision units to talk about, some things for us to discuss when we get there. But 180, one change we've done there is we've taken the 3 permit technicians out of that 180 fund, moved them to 181, and have them fully funded now out of the building fund. And so that's where you'll see that change in the salaries, that decrease. That's almost a dollar for dollar increase, a change there. And then you'll see, I think what else we ended up having. A couple of expenses we're thinking are copiers. We've gone a little over on some of the printing expenses we've had. Public notice signs, I think it's about time for us to run those again. Software maintenance that you'll see that's going to pop up both here and also in 181. And 181 bearing the brunt of our InterGov software maintenance that we have. Really probably not a whole lot else to mention on the 180 side. We are going to be looking, talking briefly before we got in. We think that there may be an issue with how our revenues are tracking. And so we're going to be checking that also. We are working right now. The rest of the team is downstairs in a Zoom meeting with our InterGov folks and talking about some of that buildup for how we're handling the permitting. And so we're working on some of those. So our revenues may change just a little bit on this estimate. Particularly, we're talking about that $28,000 change on the school board side. And so we're looking into that. We were wondering why that's showing up that way, because we are still collecting those school impact fees and recently had a disbursement of those quarterly fees to the school district. So out of that $3,600, $108 should be retained as administrative fee. And then the remainder then goes to the school district. And so we're tracking, we're going to find out what's going on exactly with that. So I may have some changes still.
Adam, could you please elaborate what a special revenue fund is and how these are funding a couple of the operations in there?
Yes, sir. So the 180 and then the code enforcement. So the functions here under 180, planning and zoning, development engineering, code enforcement, and those getting their support from the general fund or from those, you can see those license fees that we have. Some intent here for having us funding our effort, but the plan review fees on the planning side don't come close, honestly. So we still have then alcoholic beverage licenses on the revenue side coming to support that. Some of our administrative fees that we collect there with the impact fees, the school impact fee that I mentioned. Some of those surcharges, mobile home licenses, we're able to benefit from those revenues coming in, but still having support that either is coming from general revenue, general fund, or from the half-cent sales tax, I think, in the past. That we've had any shortfall coming in and being able to support us there. We are doing better now because of the 181 fund and the statutory requirement that requires us to use those reserves. And so we're not able to carry those reserves above a 4-year rolling average on the 181. And so 181 being that special fund, acting as an enterprise fund for most of its functions. And so we're able to have and we think we're getting a better balance. And so where before we had maybe some more specialized, we were having it more limited, I think we're getting closer to pulling out more of those activities out of 180, more of those personnel out of 180, and having them truly funded accurately in 181. And I think that I can look everyone in the eye and say that this passes a straight face test when it comes time for the auditing, to be able to show that the statutory requirement for the building fund process that we have, the permit fees, the revenues that come in, we are expending those correctly as those are required to support the building activity, the building permitting and inspection activity.
So is it fair to say the planning and zoning and code enforcement, the majority is funded through a fee-based operation?
That's the intent. And so any shortfall then, the intent there with the 180 is that I think we're still missing the mark some. I don't think in either of these funds, we have any intent of changing any of our fee schedules at this point. That we do think they're working pretty well for everyone. But the intent would be that you'd have 180 also acting as an enterprise fund. And there's always going to be some shortfall. I think with the balancing that we've been able to do, pulling some of those activities that we've had out of 180, those personnel out of 180 and putting them into 181, I think we're getting closer to that. And so our goal would be to have that general fund contribution or that half penny sales tax to meet the shortfall to be decreased as much as possible.
Okay, thank you.
And then 181, I can mention some items there. You can see there that we have that I think looking about 150,000, I think is what we're heading towards on the software implementation that we have. If I'm remembering correctly, I think we're seeing that. And then we did have that about $20,000 coming over as an increased personnel expense from the permit technicians moving from what they had been. I believe they were 50-50 allocated before, and now they're 100% funded out of the 181 fund. And I think that's a better balancing there of what we're having in our operations. Still expecting some overtime to come in this year, so we still have that budgeted. We do have staffing wise, I know we have the decision units, so I don't want to get to those quite yet, but staffing wise, we do have one need that we think will come up. Our chief building inspector is our plans examiner. He has announced his intent to retire beginning of the first quarter of 2022. And so that we'll have maybe some changes happening there. We did see also, we've kept the budget money in for the lead permit tech at this point, but realizing that we probably want to use some of that to maybe reallocate that for one of our decision units that we'll talk about in just a few minutes. But we do know, at least on that side, chief building inspector probably going to come in maybe with a plans examiner or something different there that will end up have that need at the beginning of the first quarter of this coming year.
We can hang on 1 second.
Sure.
Commissioner Dance has his hand up. I'm trying to figure out how to.
Or you can right click on Commissioner Dance.
How's everybody doing?
Good, sir.
I've just been in the background this morning listening, but I had a question on other expenses. In the upcoming year, are we going to be going to outside consultants, and is it built in for land development code issues or comp plan? Is that scheduled to be done in the coming year?
It's scheduled to be done the coming year, but I think we wanted to do that internally, and I'm confident we can do that.
Okay.
We've got drafts on the land development code that when we had the consultant step off from that before, and so we've actually got that I think fairly close to being ready to move forward. And so timing wise, I'd like to see the comp plan jump in before that, because I think that's going to maybe change some of what we had going on with the land development code update. But at this point, we haven't budgeted anything independently for any consultants to come in on those.
Okay, good to know. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think we probably just go ahead and talk about the two decision units we have here. And so we've realized here over the last several months that we'd like to have an embedded person that's within our department with some technology tie-in that we're very much reliant on that InterGov on its functioning, but then also need someone, I think, that's conversant in the building side of the operation. So first and foremost, this position we're calling a technology coordinator. We don't have that full position description worked out at this point, but we want them to be able to be the main input point for online permitting. And so as those submittals come in, those plan submittals, this will be the one who would go in, process those, would route them, would also handle then, as we described it, website maintenance, keep us up to date with our InterGov, and hopefully keep those CSS, those customer self-service items that come up, keep those inquiries at bay, and then help us with that, and then just overall online permitting management. And so that this would, in our thinking right now, this would come from that reallocation of the lead permitting technician monies that we have in the budget presently. And so it would just be a little bit of a difference. So this is a higher class position because of the IT side of it. You know, again, we're thinking that with this being funded out of the 181, we'll have sufficient funds to be able to have this position if ultimately it's decided that we would have it in this budget.
This is not an IT position per se. This is actually a person like a super user within the permitting.
I'd say that's right. Yes, sir. Yeah, and definitely want them to have an IT background, or at least to be comfortable and cognizant of how to make it through the system. Would be that one who
initial troubleshooting.
Yes, sir. But first and foremost, handling that inbound side when we have those permits, electronic permits come in, electronic permit submittals, we'll then be able to allocate those out to the other users that we have within our department. And the only other one that we had was we were thinking another central permitting technician. And so Mr. Cameron had directed us to do what you need to do, hire who you need to hire. I think we're at that point. If the workload continues like we think it will, with everyone coming to Florida, this would be another spot for us. And this would then take us to 4 central permitting technicians. Again, we would have that lead permitting technician position would no longer exist, but we'd have 4 central permitting technicians. We also believe then that there's sufficient monies within the 181. There would be no general fund impact from this. And so that you know, we think that this, we can show the cost benefit to the contractors. Again, not increasing their fees in any way. Our fee schedule itself would stay the same, but just working off of existing revenues coming in from within the 181 that we'd offer this decision unit also. And I think we can see the enhancement, the benefit to the contractors.
Will that get us to our goal of 7 days for a house permit and 2 weeks for a
We sure hope it will. I think it'd be a great step in getting there. I think these 2 positions would definitely help us get to that level. And ultimate goal, and what we're realizing now is you can imagine the efficiencies, the inefficiencies, but the goal would be, we have a churn in our process where right now we're, as I call it, sneaker netting the files. And so you have a lost time, you know, whether it's hours or days as things move physically through our process. And so I think both of these would help us have, as we move forward with that electronic process, where it's just as quick as a mouse click. And before you'd have that come into your to-do box. And so I think this is all, this is the future. I think we're ready for it.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Is the relief you've gotten downstairs beginning to free you up for?
Very much so. And so that's where, back to Mr. Dance's question, I think that, you know, it's freeing me up quite a bit. We're seeing less inquiries, less concerns coming in about the software, about the CSS system. And so I think and the other planning staff will be able to get back into some planning activities, get us into some of those bigger box issues that we've been negligent on, and we can get back to those.
You would do too busy firefighting to do fire prevention.
Understood. Yes, sir. We got great help, got a good group on staff, and very excited about where we're going. And you know, it's a good perspective to have the other hands. that have come in from where they've come in from also. And so that you can't discount that enough. And I think if anything else, as you said before, also, we're getting good backfill, where before we haven't had that. We've got a good group. I need to give this quick item. One of the things we've talked about, Bo Snowden, building official, has talked about cross-training, and can't emphasize that enough, where what we're going to do is have that program come up, have the inspectors start working on their licensing and being able to cross-train in different fields. But right now they're still a little specialized, but those that are interested in doing that, we're going to make that available to them. So excited about the things to come.
Good enough.
Sounds good.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Next is Tim Telfer, Land Management. Thanks for coming, Tim.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for having me.
First, Tim, thanks for getting us that meeting with DEP.
You got it, but it's going to be an interesting discussion because they want to jump right to the meat of it and not walk us through the background and their data. So we're going to have to do a little bit of reset on our conversation with them.
I can do
Good, good, good. Well, I got the post-lunch slot. Hopefully everybody's still awake here. I'm going to jump right into it. I got to take my glasses off to read this paperwork here. We're going to be a little bit different than other departments compared year upon year, because we end up having these special pools of fund that get blended into our budget and then blended back out. But I'll go through and hit the highlights. The first thing that I want to call out is that we do have a $10,000 set aside for unplanned survey and appraisal work here. Whenever possible, when we have a piece of property come up and we've been tasked with trying to get some background data on it, we try to determine, working with our budget folks, if there's a pool of funding there that we should be looking at. Sometimes there's not. Sometimes these projects are new enough and that we end up carrying those expenses from our department fund. So I wanted to call out a special allocation there for that unplanned expense. The next one is we do have a little bit of an increase in our derelict vessel and general tree work. It's not so much derelict vessel. We do get 100% reimbursement on derelict vessels. We may have some money tied up in that operation, but we are going to get a reimbursement from the state after the project is complete. But the general tree work is one that I've been seeing increase over time. Just for background, our department handles hazardous trees that are adjacent to public property. So, for example, we may have a tree on county land. Maybe it was struck by lightning. Maybe it's just got a beetle infestation. Its age, an arborist determines that it's a hazard, and it also poses a threat to that neighboring property, the structure, the life safety of the homeowners there. It's our responsibility to take that down. We do this often in the east section up against the state land that we lease for the Lehigh Trail. Lehigh Trail, we had a major operation this past summer. We took about $9,000 worth of trees that were kind of hanging over the trail. We took them down also. So I've been seeing these expenses increase year to year, so we put another $5,000 in there to carry that. I'm going to jump over the radio items on here and get right to the two vehicles that are added to the fleet. Our fleet is something that's in flux and I'm trying to manage right now. One of the vehicles that we added was added last year, and that's a new Ford F550. We put a 450-gallon water tank in the back of that. That's used on our prescribed fire operations. The second one is a 1976 AM General M35 Deuce and a half. That's got a 750-gallon water tank on the back of that one there. That's free from the state of Florida. They've essentially loaned it to us, but we do have to carry the insurance cost. That's why you see it carried here. I'm going to return to a vehicle discussion when we get to the decision unit portion of this presentation, but I would like to cut some of our vehicle load that we carry, and some of that's going to depend upon how this budget season goes. Everything has been pretty standard on there. We'll move down to the assessment for county-owned properties. This is something that happens to us from time to time. Also, we historically have had these properties a sheet to us when persons have not paid the taxes on the property. That land will transfer to the county. Historic liens and encumbrances on the property are cleared at the time of the transfer to the county. However, non-ad valorem assessments such as a stormwater fee or a CDD fee, while they're historically cleared, are not dead. They restart from the moment that we take possession of them. So we have some money that's budgeted in here to help pay off that expense. I think the next one to call out, as you might see lower down there, DOF fire control assessment. That's been moved into our budget this year. And what that is there's a statutory fee that all counties pay. I think it's like 7 cents per unimproved acre across your county here. And this is for DACS, Florida Forest Service, wildfire response within your county. That's what that expense is. And that's just been moved into our department here as a place to park that expense. We have historically paid it, but you just haven't seen it in the land management accounts in the past. We can scroll forward, Amanda. Unless
Hey, Tim,
there's-
you talk about the trucks, the reason, for having the truck with the water tank in the back.
Oh, sure, yeah. So our prescribed fire operations is really what we use those vehicles for. And we've got 3 over-the-road vehicles, 1 ATV and 1 UTV that are part of those operations. So that F550 with a 450-gallon water tank is going to be one of the main sources of water in case there's any type of a threat that fire may encroach or even jump that line. That's going to be one of the quick response vehicles. The second one that we use that I was going to get into a little bit more detail on later, but I'll get to it now. That's a 2010 F250. It's got a 200-gallon tank in the back, along with all the pumps and various, assorted equipment. The reason that you're going to see me discuss a decision unit later on in this presentation is because that vehicle now, with 200 gallons of water, the tank, pumps, jerry cans, various hand tools in the back of that, we are pretty darn close to the payload limit of that truck, which is about 3,000 pounds that are in the back of it. In this past year, we've actually broken 2 wheel bearings. Just picture these trucks in 4-wheel drive, off-road, and people take them slow and they creep around the units, but you're going over roots and other items there. So all that weight comes down on the suspension system. So we broke 2 wheel bearings this past year. We'll talk about some options that are available to us when we get to the decision unit phase. But just to sum it all up, with that deuce and a half that I mentioned before, that's basically like a tender. I know Joe mentioned a tender this morning. Yep, we just have it nearby in case we need to refill the other trucks. And then we use ATVs and UTVs. ATVs have a 20-gallon water tank on the front with an electric pump. The UTV is a Kawasaki Mule with a 50-gallon tank on the back. And that's quick, rapid response to anywhere you need to get water. So those things, they're like little fireflies or something just kind of buzzing around the outside, and they can respond extremely quickly compared to the bigger trucks with more water. They take a little bit more time to get to.
Allow to prevent the fire to just moving on.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Make it harder.
Yep. I think as Amanda scrolls, the other thing that I'll point out is you're going to see as she gets down far enough here, we have these special project funds, and these are funds that are set aside. They're almost all geographically tied to a piece of land, and they relate to that piece of property. So Hawk Creek is one that I can call out as an example. It's on your screen right now. Revenue that we make from harvesting timber out there is it's tied to that property because of the management plan. So we have a special project fund set up for it that's carried by the land management department there. And we have that on the various other preserves that we manage from land management. If you want to keep scrolling, Amanda. Bulow, Malacompra easement. Malacompra easement was an easement sale that we did a few years ago. There's money that's set aside. It's got a very limited geographic area when it can be applied. And the thing that I want to call out here is while you do see money in these special project funds, as Amanda scrolls through, they're usually geographically tied to that property. It's not something that you can use to pull out and resolve a general fund expense. For example, you can't buy an ambulance with Hunter's Ridge money. It's tied to Hunter's Ridge via management plans, conservation easements, etc., deed restrictions. There's just a number of superseding documents that we're aware of, and it ties these funds to the property. The other thing I'll say is, wherever possible, we do look for ways to those properties to carry themselves, whether it's from timber harvest. We have a silt toe release on Graham Swamp. We've done easement sales, Gopher Tortoise relocations. We're trying to bring revenue back in on that property, so we're not necessarily going out and using ad valorem funds to deal with the expenses that we deal with on the land management side on these properties. So that's an example, or those are the listing of our different project accounts there for those properties. And I guess we'll scroll to the decision unit. Oh, ESL is next. Okay. ESL, we have 3 different accounts that we use for ESL, 117, 119, and 319 fund. 117 is the oldest. The next property transaction that we do when the environmentally sensitive lands program is probably going to clean this account out completely here. If you want to move to the 119, you'll see the 119 reflect a lot of the increase that we've seen in property values around the county here. We've gone through a period of time after the 2008 real estate crash. We saw a lot of loss in property values, and that affected the environmentally sensitive lands program. We simply didn't have money coming in. We basically covered debt service for a couple of years. We moved out of that phase now, so there's a lot more funds coming into the program. If the board members recall, we recently sent the priority list that our advisory committee has composed. We sent that to the board for ratification, and we're in the process right now of opening up communication with the number 1 and number 2 properties on that list. And if we look like we'll be able to strike a deal, we'll return back to the board later this year and present those opportunities. So those are the first 2 funds, and then the third one is the 319 fund, which I believe is bonded fund from a couple of years ago. These are pretty static. It's difficult to predict what we're going to have become available. We're, it's an opportunity program. We don't use eminent domain or anything like that to acquire property. It's a voluntary sale program. So we go out and we talk to the people that are ranked highly on that prioritization list. And if it looks like we can strike a deal, we'll get it appraised. And then make an offer and then present all of that information back to the board for consideration. But it's tough for me to predict anything other than just to kind of, we just have the numbers here for the board to digest of what's in the accounts for the ESL program.
Is there any restrictions on what land you can acquire, or what is the process of how you seek lands and acquire the lands?
Yeah. Well, so the big thing there is, it is a voluntary sale program. Any citizen can nominate a piece of property, and then you as a landowner can come in and present your piece of property to us. The first thing we do is we turn around and we issue a willing seller letter to make sure that the person that owns that property really does want to sell it. If they don't, we say, have a good day. If they are interested in engaging further with the program, we'll walk through the property analysis with our advisory committee, and they'll make the determination based upon the program goals. Now, the program goals, not to get into too much detail, are really set by the referendum language that was presented to the voters. So why would we acquire this property? What would be its desired use? Does it fit one of those objectives that are established that grow out of that referendum language? So that's a quick snapshot of what we're going through as we take a look at a piece of property.
And these are set aside. Is there a limit how many years it can be set aside, or this is a forever?
Perpetuity.
Perpetuity. Okay.
Yep. Okay, so first one, I have 2 decision units for consideration. The first one deals with the former Bunnell DOT substation. This is essentially on the north side of State Road 100, almost across from our county administration complex, over by the Bunnell Water Tower. That was a DOT yard. For a number of years, they did have a petroleum spill on it before the county took possession. That petroleum spill was remediated, but we're still in the monitoring phase for the plume that was out there. Property transferred to the county in 2005. We're right now engaged with a program with the state where they pay 75% of the cost. We pay 25%. So the number that you see on the screen right there, $8,375, that's the 25% share that the county carries as we work through monitoring and ultimately pursuing a clearance letter from the state on this property. Yeah, I really hope that that decision unit is approved. Alternatives is if it's cut, we still have this responsibility, this liability, and the county may end up paying 100% of those costs down the road.
What was the product that was causing contamination?
My understanding it was fuel. They had underground diesel and gasoline tanks there that rusted through and leaked out into the soil.
So it's a combination of gas and diesel.
I've got to be careful on that. I know it's diesel.
Diesel's a tough one to get rid of.
Yep. I'm assuming gas based on the nature, but maybe I should back that statement up and just stick with diesel for now.
Is there any planned use for this property?
Right now we use it, that's where the vehicles that have been surplus are stored. So before they go to auction or are formally disposed of, that's kind of our temporary storage area for those vehicles. Okay, and so the last one is, it relates to that 2010 F-250 that I spoke of before. I've kind of explained the problem that we have with it right now. It really it's really at the limit of its capacity, its payload capacity. If we could upgrade, just for informational purposes, a 2022 F-350 has a payload capacity of 4,000 pounds. That gives us about a 1,000-pound buffer there. But actually, before I move on to the bud section here, I also want to show that we also have a 2007 Chevrolet. That was a surplus vehicle that we got for free from the St. Johns River Water Management District. If I can make a switch here, I would like to surplus that 2007 Chevy, and then we have an older 1500 series Dodge that we'd end up getting rid of too. So I'd like to get rid of two vehicles if I can get one in. And so I've put a decision unit in here for an F-350. What's critical to us is obviously four-wheel drive, ideally diesel too, and a short wheelbase. The longer wheelbase is a little bit difficult to navigate around, Forest Service roads or some of our, our prescribed fire buffer areas there. It's in here as a new vehicle, but I'll be the first to say if there is an appropriate vehicle that's surplus, we'd be happy to take that because it's going to be a woods truck. It's going to be worked hard. So if there is a department that is releasing an F-350, an F-450, an F-550, we'd be happy to take that and then rip this decision unit up.
Backing up to your last decision unit on the cost of monitoring, is that truly a decision unit? That's something that we have to do?
We do have to do it, yep.
So, I mean, that's not a decision unit. Decision's been made.
We've talked to the state about the what ifs, because we weren't sure going into this budget season. We tried to keep the budget as flat as possible. So this is one of those areas that, amongst others, that we took a hard look at and said, what would happen if we had to cut this expense? And the state came back to us and said, you're still on the hook no matter what. You're just giving up our 75% participation in the monitoring. So again, strong recommendation that this one stays.
Well, I don't think it's a choice. Consequences are too heavy if you don't do it. So it should just be included in the main budget.
Okay.
Decrease this number a little. Getting brighter and brighter red, Mr. Chairman. I hope that ad valorem property values go up.
You want the consequences of not monitoring those wells.
We're all in this together, John.
Yes. Yeah, you got a good one. Perfect answer.
How much would your vehicle repair budget go down if you were able to get rid of those two vehicles?
Oh, that's an interesting question. I'd say probably a third right now, because we do run a lot of expenses on those two vehicles. Yeah, it's just hard for me to predict what's going to go wrong in the next year.
Yeah. Just you have an aging fleet, so if you could.
Just for argument's sake, though, would it be best to get a brand new vehicle and run it out there, or should we just kind of take something in the fleet already to replace maybe a couple years old and then buy something new for someone else? I mean,
if you can get somebody to release a diesel F-350, F-450, F-550 with four-wheel drive, I will take it in a heartbeat.
It's no limit.
Yeah, I've kicked the tires around this organization for a long time.
Loud and clear.
Well, that may be a solution, is that we find one of those that's still in fairly good shape,
Yeah.
but it doesn't get knocked around in the woods. And we put the new vehicle there and
Right, yeah, that was the point.
I'll give you
Instead of
one.
just killing a new one.
I'll give you one to chew on. And not to get into their business, Fire Rescue's got a 2002 diesel F-550 at the Espanola station that I know is starting, they're looking at it, it's starting to age out for their purposes. It'd be perfect for us.
Yeah, those are kind of conversations we might want to have with the rolling stock conversation coming up. pretty soon.
yeah. Make a note to make sure that we consider that.
I mean, you're bringing financial analysts out there, we're gonna make sure you got all the best equipment.
Right, that's right.
You got Amanda who's out there, fights fires with them. So does Shannon, the first firms.
That's everything I have.
Thank you, Tim.
Sure.
Appreciate that.
Sure. Yeah.
Amanda, you gonna become a firefighter?
He's got me on my way there.
You bring up budget, she just looks at you, you bring up fire, she gets a big smile. That's a big difference.
I like being out
Yeah.
doing work.
Other financial
She's prone
services.
to pyromania.
Yeah, exactly. Financial services always want to help them. Firefighting. All right, Brian, budget manager, Brian Eichinger. Is that right?
Good.
Okay, Brian.
So I'm going to cover the special assessment districts. These are departments that don't have a director, which is why we're covering them. First off, we have the North Malacompa Drainage Basin District. This is the fund that's specifically for maintenance, once it's finished being constructed. Small increases, really just reorganizing, the expenditures to the right line items. If we're good on that, unless you guys have any questions.
These are all like long-standing.
Yeah.
Special assessments.
Bimini Gardens, MSTU. Really, the only expenditure we have is public works staff time to go out there and take care of that. I think there's only like 2 roads out there that would fall under public works staff's scope of services. Pay the tax collector, pay the property appraiser, special assessments. Then we have the Espanola special assessment. Again, this one specifically has mosquito control. Pay the tax collector again, bank analysis.
So these revenues from mosquito control come from that area, Espanola itself?
Yes.
Is how much?
Geographically specific to Espanola. One, Rima Ridge. Again, mosquito control is the primary driver for this budget. Reserves are slowly building, not that much, but they don't use it. It just keeps falling into fund balance.
Why are we seeing a reduction in all of these items in these special assessments?
One place you'll definitely see it is an interest line. Because of COVID, interest is definitely down, so we're trying to budget very little interest. On this assessments themselves, we're just really looking at actuals and just making small adjustments. You don't want to over budget. Not that we're spending all of it, but just looking at historical trends of collections.
Yeah, it should be X amount per whatever
Parcel,
the unit is. So it should be pretty structured, but some people don't pay or for whatever reason.
The 5% as well is included in the assessment now instead of on the,
Yes,
on the
yes.
line.
That's
So they're budgeted at 95% instead.
So cash carry forward is revenues that come in for mosquito control that have not been used.
Correct.
So it just accumulates and we're up at $41,000.
Mhm.
may be able to use some of those reserves for a pilot program on them.
Yeah, there's a couple of them that have that amount, you know, like in the 50, almost 50,000.
So we got the Daytona North Service District. This one you have mosquito control, but primarily the focus is on grading roads, putting more shell down, things like that. You'll see an increase in road and bridge staff time of $50,000. This is, you know, they go out there every day. They're always doing something on those roads. So the cost of equipment goes up, cost of salary naturally, benefits goes up. So we're just based on, you see the actual for 20, the 19 is an outlier year. It's very high. Previous to that, they were doing Matthew and Irma road repairs after the old roads got washed out. So that's why you see that. And then they weren't doing the preventative maintenance because they were just putting the roads back to where they were pre-storm.
And what I see when I look at this, Jorge, is this is the recurring revenue that's coming in, right? This is the one-time revenue. And here's the operating, which is, you know, ongoing costs. I mean, we're what's that, 150,000 or so roughly?
Within 2 years, we're going to be
And we're just eating into this, right?
all the carry cash forward.
Right, exactly.
Did Commissioner Sullivan raise his hand?
Oh.
It went up and down, so.
You can go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Just, so there's no mosquito control, looking up at revenues, for Daytona North, there is no mosquito control money?
Not a specific one. It's just part of their assessment of that 58 cents. We put $14,000 a year towards mosquito control.
Yeah, I'm just thinking with what we heard yesterday as commissioners, that mosquito control funding may come in handy. I don't know. We'll see later, I guess.
I had a question on your line item for government services. It was pretty consistent over the last 3 years, and now it's dropped precipitously. What happened there?
The staff time? Okay, so like I was saying, for Hurricane Matthew and Irma road repairs, they weren't doing regular maintenance. They were just doing what it took to get those roads back to pre-storm conditions. 19, they're playing catch up, so they're spending way more time out there taking care of the canals, the ditches, and all that. Then in 20, start to kind of hit a normal again. 21 was an under budget. That's why we're coming back up in 22.
Okay.
Just looking at this picture, if there's no increase in the rate that has been charged, either services have to go down or we have to increase the revenues to match the service required.
Correct.
Yeah.
Now, there's one thing that I think it's important to point out, that we intentionally build reserves at Daytona North, because when you get enough of their reserves and sales tax, then Faith can do a road project within Daytona North. And so the fact that reserves are building is not an accident, or the fact that we aren't expending money on their services. It's intentional to build up enough reserves to do a meaningful road project.
Exactly, and that's why we brought that, we're kind of starting to chop into that, the reserves, because of all the stuff we're doing. So all that work of building them up for that purpose is to the end of that.
Then we have the Marine Land Acres Drainage Basin District. This is the capital project fund. We're currently, I think we just took 2 meetings ago, contract amendment for the construction. This fund is borrowing money from the gas tax fund to help finance that project. So the $120,000 you see coming in For revenue, will mostly 104,000 of it be going back out to pay the gas tax fund back. I believe that's a 15-year note that we've done internally.
I think it is 15. And a very small interest rate.
Yes, yes.
But the gas tax, gas tax money being used for the appropriate.
Yeah, it's still an
It's still being
eligible.
used for gas tax purposes. It's just being put in here to help this project.
That's all I've got. Do you guys have any questions on the special assessments?
Sounds good, thank you.
Any calls?
Nice job, Ron.
You guys didn't even give me a position at the end.
No additions.
We figured you were on a roll there.
There's another special assessment coming your way.
I pointed out how wonderful it was last night. I don't know what else you need.
Yeah, you do it one time, you expect it every time.
I think Brian was right, he was saying before 2 o'clock.
Oh, yeah. The stuff that we.
You're right.
And we got a bunch more that we'll do. That's the stuff that is kind of, it is what it is, not like manager funds, it's collecting money, we go through certain things like these things. We see a lot of Brian, we see a lot of, let's see. It won't take very long. We got Brian and then the same type of stuff. Basically the whole same part.
I didn't see the dues or HOA assessments, they don't come into here.
They do, but they're special, let's see here, it'll be service.
2018.
Yeah. Okay, debt service.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Hey,
Good afternoon, Roy.
See, Airport Director, Roy Seeger, thanks for coming, Roy, appreciate it. Thanks for coming a little early.
No problem.
And whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Okay. You should want it on the screen as well.
All right, so I pulled my notes. Just had a. While he's doing that.
A little issue.
Point out this is an enterprise fund for the public and what that means.
Sure. Roy says it's better than anybody, but
Yeah.
enterprise fund, it kind of like
The
runs,
difference between
the
those.
business type fund, it runs on its own revenues.
There's no general fund or.
We can make this very quick, and I just say, I am spending less than I'm making. I mean, I'm making more than I'm spending. It's the other way around. So we're bringing in more revenues, and our expenses are less than the revenues, so. And at the end of the day, we have a profit of $254,594. We good? I'm just kidding.
That's almost as much as your bonus.
Right, exactly. That's crazy. So I just wanted to go quick, we can look at the, I'm missing the first page, I just had it here, I don't know where it went, but I'll go what I had notes up here. So basically on our revenues, as you can see there, you know, we had some increases there of $10,000. We had a private individual building a new hangar, new 100 by 120 hangar on the airport. So you see that was so that's what that's from. On the jet fuel sales went down. I'd like to be a little conservative on my jet fuel. So if I go a little light on it, it's fine because we end up sell more, we make more. So just went down being a little conservative on the jet fuel. As you see, with $6,000 in custodial service. That was one of our tenants that typically, that we actually provided that service, and they, during COVID, they no longer wanted that. So we just took that, so that's why we're no longer. So it's really a wash to not spending one of my staff time to actually do that work anymore.
Can you explain what's the revenue side? What? I understand, the custodial service got revenue for custodial service?
It got it from this rental, but now he's not doing
Okay.
it. So
Right, that's what I'm saying. We used to provide that service for Delta Engineering, but they no longer wanted that service anymore.
Thanks. Can you explain, because I don't see, I know that you're having a project coming on board pretty soon for the T hangars, but there's no revenue here. This is for the following year?
Correct, yeah, so we're not gonna show that revenue yet because we're not getting that revenue. We won't get that revenue until the following year. That will be on 22, 23.
And what was that amount you were expecting?
Depending on what we end up leasing for, I'm going to say anywhere between $225,000 and $250,000. And it's really going to be based upon, you know, how many we ultimately get to build. I mean, we're starting to get a little afraid by seeing these construction costs coming in, right?
Yeah.
Seeing all these increases. Also, one of the things I looked at too, when I was recently at one of the things I'm looking at is having a better type of door opening, which would, it would be like a hydraulic door, which if we were able to do that, we could actually charge more money for that type of door. And then that would raise that up to more to the higher end of almost $256,000 that we'd be able to bring in revenue for that different type of door.
So you almost double your revenues for T-hangers with that project.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll come close to it, because right now we have 57, T-hangers, and then we're gonna be building 42. Going on down, I can't really see nothing major there. As far as revenues, on the 76,000 increase, we're 100% rented. I mean, everything on the airport's rented. We actually, that 76,000, big part of that was actually having the Department of Health rent that whole second floor. As I understand it now, they're actually gonna be staying there a little longer. Now they're staying there till the end of December this year. So before they were gonna be leaving in June, now they're gonna be leaving in December. So.
Is that the building where Amy is?
Correct.
So we're still gonna have that increase if they're leaving at the end of the first quarter of 22.
Yeah. Like I said, like everything now is the entire airport. There's no, only thing we have left to lease really is all of our office space and hangars completely leased. The only thing we really have to lease is when people want to do ground leases. So you see there, so we, at the end of the day, on that one, that's still my enterprise. That's at $2,491,663 that we're making in revenue.
Real quick, Roy, your cash carry forward looked like it went up a lot. Is that because of the, what's that? Is that the cash?
That's too right.
Was that
It's probably part of
cash
the
advance?
Yeah, it's part of the cash.
Probably with cash advance.
I do know that when we budgeted this number, it was low. When the audit came out, we got better numbers and we did adjust that.
So combination between that and
Yeah, but I think my typically where I was running around before was more between 800,000 and 900,000 years.
Okay, so the 130 is a low number.
That's a low number, I guess. Yeah.
All right. Good enough. Thank you.
So you'll see some increases here. So one of the bigger ones this year, the increases is in our leases, right? And that's actually our new fuel trucks. We're actually getting new fuel trucks as part of our new, even though the increase went up, there's still brand new trucks, brand new equipment. It's really kind of a wash too, because the way I look at it is that we're getting newer trucks here, paying a little bit more, but we actually got, when we got this new company on board, they gave us $20,000 for other different upgrades to the airport as well. So that was a kind of a little bit of a wash, you know, for the next couple of years anyhow. And you need the newer equipment. I mean, those trucks that we've been leasing those last trucks for 10 years, and they need to be turned back in. Can't do nothing about insurance. Insurance went up almost $10,000, particularly looking at the corporate center and the Triangle Air premium. The building and repairs, we're going to be doing some repairs to the self-serving terminal, which is $12,000. And
That's additional. Okay.
Yeah, that's additional. That's for the that's actually for the self-serve area, where people do the self-serving.
So when they pull up their jets.
Yeah, they can't
get
do
out,
that.
hop out real quick.
Yeah, they can't. They don't do self-serve.
Put in $20.
Yeah. The office equipment went up, and And I have to look at why that one, I have to look at the detail why that went up. Is that under computers? That maybe that's by office equipment, that's probably replacing computers. Which airport?
Brian's
Oh, Brian's
looking at the
looking.
details there for it.
Yeah.
Really good.
Two laptops, yeah. So that's what's, yeah, upgrading some of the computers at the airport.
That's the way we like them to put it.
Yeah.
That's the way they're
So it's not
so
only
easy to see
laptops,
why
there's
it is.
network switches in it as well.
Correct.
Because 2 laptops is not 14,000.
Right, exactly.
People know.
Yeah, just switch, yeah, exactly.
Switches, yeah.
It's a really big laptop. And again, in that, just a little offset in the Jet A fuel sales, that's just because I lowered what we're gonna be buying.
Actually, your whole operation is all set by revenue.
It absolutely is, every due, correct. And then, just moving down, so then we have $10,000, we're putting a new HVAC at the at Enterprise. That went down considerably. We spent a lot of money this year, spent nearly close to $40,000 in replacement of HVACs. And then down here, obviously, the one I can't get away with is paying back loans. So we're still paying back $562,000 of loans for a total expense of $2,237,069. So like I said, I opened it up. At the end of the day, everything goes well. We're making a profit of $254,594.
We talked about way back paying off 1 or 2 of your loans early because you were doing good.
Mhm.
Have we moved forward with that? I don't
No,
see that.
we haven't really had to move forward, and I we kind of tapped the brakes on all that. So what I really like to do is, once we get all that new revenue rolling in with the new T-hangar construction and all that money's rolling, I think that'd be a good time to do it at that time.
Okay.
Or if we can I can take a tighter look at Brian, and we can
Yeah,
actually
just
get
take a
the
look.
actuals, what our actual cash carry forward is.
Good,
Take a
yeah,
look at
but
that.
I think it was gonna take some of your, obviously your cash carry forward reserves, but it was gonna free up like 200,000.
Yeah, because it wasn't a big, one of them was like I think one of them was like $200,000, so maybe get rid of one of those.
Something like that, yeah. Anyway, they increase your cash.
That just shows those are the
Schedule.
scheduled payments right there for those loans.
Did you make the 2021 already payment or?
I believe these are quarterlies.
Yeah, those are, yes, exactly.
Oh.
They came out automatically. I did have, at the end of here, I had 2 decision units. And the first one is a new accounting clerk. We give a little bit of history about the airport. When I first got here back in 2009, I had actually 2 extra employees at that time. But due to the downturn in the economy, the airport wasn't doing as great as well. You look at the airports are leisure, right? So what's the first thing that goes when you have a downturn in the economy? Leisure. So we actually had to had to let go of 2 employees. I had to let go of an operations person and let go of an accountant. And as you can imagine now, we've almost tripled of what we've actually been doing now at the airport as far as all the new buildings we have, all the new properties we've been getting. So it's a lot busier, and yet we're still down 2 people. So one of the things I'd like to do is be able to hire another person to kind of offset some of this workload that's been actually picked up by myself and actually the office manager as well. As you saw, we definitely this will be an ongoing expense, obviously. The expenditure is about $50,000 a year, but as we just showed you here, that we're clearing a quarter million a year, and plus we're going to get between $225,000 $250,000 in the following year. So closer to move that number annual revenues of 500,000 a year.
If you can pay one of those debts, and
It even less than that, exactly. Yeah.
When's the first new T hangers gonna be coming online, you think?
So we're in design right now. We're about 4 months. I'm pushing them for 9 months. So we're looking to get it. We'll be seeing the revenue
the end of next year,
end of next year.
And the
2022.
Well,
fiscal year or
we're
23,
fiscal
fiscal
year.
23.
So we'll be in the middle of next year.
So middle, okay, before you start having,
But the nice thing is that is like day one revenue,
when do
right?
you start, I guess, renting them out? They don't have to be completed, I guess.
Well, they'll be completed. And but my plan is
For
that once
you to start renting them out, I guess.
Right, so we have a waiting list of 90 people. Once we get the design the way it is, and we know the exact T hanger, we're gonna start calling people up. Hey, you're the next one on the list. Come pick your hanger, bring your deposit of $400, come pick your hanger. And that's exactly what I did with my last 2 sets of T hangers I built. And they were being occupied. As soon as we got the CO, people were moving in. So that's the first decision unit, but it's definitely going to be needed once we get the new T hangers in, but it's definitely needed now to have that extra person.
Do your revenues support these decision units?
I think when we talked about is using some fund balance to get rid of a couple debt issuances, and that would free up about, I think it was like 200,000 in budget. And I think if we were able to do that, that would cover the person, and I think you're asking for a truck as well.
Correct.
I don't know about the truck, but, yeah, because we know you're gonna have increased workload because of the T hanger, especially initially, so.
Right, and it's not just going collecting. You got to think everything else that we do here at the airport, and it's just not going, just setting out bills and making sure all the money gets put where you're gonna. But it's also all the other stuff to do. Tracking all the maintenance, tracking. The big one that we track, it takes a lot of time, is tracking all the insurance forms, making sure that everybody, not only just all the business of the insurance forms, making sure all of our T hangers have, all our T hanger tenants have it too. So you can just, with our team, between, right now we have 57 T hanger tenants plus 28 businesses. I mean, that's almost 100 people or 100 different individuals that you're taking care of, just tracking just the insurance.
Who does your customer service for people that fly in and stuff? Is it these folks?
Yeah, no, that could be the frontline person. That can either be Jenna or the line guys, any of those. So this person would be one of the people that's out in the front.
how often do you negotiate leases with, not the hangars, but the people that are on the property itself?
Depending on what type of lease they have, they're all different. You could have 20-year leases. You could have, some leases are more short-term, 3 to 5 year leases. They're all a little different, depending on what the status was or what they wanted at that time.
Everybody's under contract, there's not month to month, right?
The only one that is month to month is T hangers. T hangers only, they're month to month, and they have to give a 30-day. But we like that though, because it also, if we have an issue with that tenant, we don't have to sit there for a long time to get rid of the problem.
Yeah, not a big deal if you have a waiting list as long as yours.
Exactly. Yeah, plenty of people. I mean, as you all know, there's plenty of people flocking to Florida right now, and there's a big shortage of hangars right now, in the state of Florida. So any more questions on that first decision unit? So the second decision unit is actually an additional vehicle for the airport. Right now we have a small Ford Track, and it's a tight little vehicle. It's been there. I've been here 12 years. It's been there longer than me. I think it's at 14, 15 years old. It's kind of undersized. You should see me and Jerry in this thing together. It's not, we have to get this in with a shoehorn. It's a tight vehicle. Especially people show up with, 3 and 4 people. It's not a couple people. It's not representative of the airport, especially when you have people coming in and wanting to spend, invest millions of dollars into your airport. We need a vehicle that's comfortable, that people, when I show them the airport.
You do that as the airport director? Doesn't
I do
tourist
that.
or economic development, anybody do that?
I do that. They will ride with us, and that's another thing. They'll ride, but I'm the one that actually promotes the airport and does when we're talking about. I mean, obviously we bring economic development into it because, you know, they're the ones that are gonna do incentives and things of that nature, but just like I don't talk incentives, they don't talk airports.
So you're the only salesman?
I'm a salesman.
He almost got me sold.
Almost. Wow. And I say this is just gonna be a one-time expense. It's not like a continuing expense, you know, not under like the employee. So this would be a one-time expense that I think is definitely needed as well. And obviously, we can also, when we look at, you know, Brian, and figure out what the exact, and pay that off, you know, how that looks. But still, all in all, and we'll still have plenty of money at the end of the day to be able to do both of these decision units.
Is that a brand new one?
Yes.
So it's not a replacement? Or?
Well, we'd probably get rid of one of the other trucks.
Is it in the rolling stock, do you know?
Yes.
Okay.
You're talking about an expedition size vehicle?
Correct. I think I put I didn't think I went that big. What did we put in here? Just an additional vehicle. I
put in an Explorer?
Like an Explorer, or actually it was like a Chevy Blazer or something like that. Not the full big Suburban. I don't need that third row. Whatever that, I think it's just, what they call it?
Expedition.
The full 2-row. Well, I think no, the Expedition's actually got the third row. So it's the Ford Explorer or the Chevy Tahoe. That's what it is, Tahoe, Chevy Tahoe.
Okay.
Good.
Thank you,
So-
Roy.
Oh, okay.
Oh, if you have any more?
Oh, I always got good stuff, you know, it's one of the things that we really didn't talk about, because the way that we did the budget this year, is that we don't put the projects in there. So we got some really good, I mean, we talked a little bit about the T hangers, but we also, so that's going on right now. We got design T hangers going on. That's 117,000, 100% paid by FDOT. We got the design of taxiway Alpha. That's gonna be coming up. That's gonna be $185,000, and that's gonna be paid. You know, one of the silver linings to COVID, so FAA is gonna be paying 100% of that as well on that project. So then we'll look right into that. Once we get the design for T hanger done, roll right into that to build the new T hangers, as well as also that same year is to construct the new the new terminal facility.
You're closing the airport in June for a period of time. Is that part of this construction?
That's part of the, yeah, we're finishing up the, we were reconstructing runway 624. So we're actually into that phase where the two runways intersect. So we need to shut it down. So it's only shut down for 4 days. So, and they've been going pretty quickly. So hopefully it actually be even quicker than that.
Anything else?
I'm good.
Thank you, Roy.
Okay, my pleasure.
Thanks for coming early.
My pleasure.
Yeah, well, thank you very much, everybody that stood on the line with us. Tomorrow we have about 10 different funds that we're going to be talking about, and we'll see you tomorrow at 8. Thank you.